All right. Oh, great. It does it again. Hold on. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna have to do something real quick. Oh, I swear to God, my capture card is messing up more frequently. Do-do-do-do-do. Right. Do that. Oops. No, that was display. Not. All right. There we go. Back. So. No. We're back with Predecessor, and we are going to be going over the patch notes for this. There was just a hot fix like earlier today about Revenant. Apparently, and some issues with Boris. But got a new menu, some new music, new battle pass.
Welcome.
Lovely. Hello, everyone.
Yeah, I'm sitting squarely in the jungle. But here we have Boris, the new hero. It's a fighter. He's designed to be primarily in the jungle. Some people will probably take him off lane because he doesn't have really like a passive. He doesn't really have anything that interacts specifically with the jungle. His passive is Tesseract Device. Every second basic attack on hit against heroes and monsters gains Boris a canister for 5 seconds, up to a maximum of 4. Now, so this is where the jungle interaction comes in. Because jungle monsters are going to stack up this passive very quickly. It's not like large jungle monsters, it's just jungle monsters, period. It's not against minions. I don't know why I forget that one. I need to finish the Coke. It's Coca-Cola. So he would only be able to stack this passive up in lane if fighting enemy heroes. That can be a bit of a problem depending on who he's up against. But each canister gives him scaling. 6 that scales up to 15 percent attack speed. And 1 plus 4%, I actually have the thing up here. Oh, they actually... Okay, so they actually changed things. Oh, never mind. No. Never mind. Let's see. Okay, so each canister gives him 6 scaling up to 15% attack speed and 1 plus 4% bonus physical power and plus 0.35 per level. So at level 18, that's just gonna be... It doesn't... Level 18... Hold on... So it'd be... At level 18, it'd be, 1 plus 6.3 plus 4% bonus physical power. Healing. So he's gonna get 7 plus 4% bonus physical power healing on hit. So he heals that much every single time he hits. For just each canister, mind you. So this stacks up to 4 times. 4 times. So that's gonna be that value multiplied by 4 at every single level if he's at full stacks. He's gonna get 60% attack speed at max stacks, at max rate, at max when his passive maxes out, or the max point where his passive gives the max attack speed. But anyway, so at max canisters, Boris then releases the Tesseract Core, which then converts his passive over to the he zaps enemies on hit, dealing 4 plus 20% total physical power magic damage. So the damage itself is magical, but it scales with physical power. And it heals him for 3 plus 12% bonus physical power and 0.75 per level. And reduce to 30% effectiveness for non-heroes. So basically, against heroes, he'll heal that much. Keep in mind, this is going to be on hit, so it's going to be every single time he attacks. Or if he has any abilities that do apply on hit effects. He'll do that. He'll have that extra healing. But against monsters, it's not going to be nearly as... Against non-heroes, it's not going to be nearly as effective. But you're also going to be hitting probably multiple of them at the same time. So, it kind of adds up. Basic attack has Maul, 80%, 85% scaling, so, you know... First ability is Chrono Swipe. He leaps forward and swipes all enemies in its path. Each hit deals 20, scaling up to 60, plus 50, scaling up to 70 total physical power, and applies on hits. And keep in mind, this is a, he swipes twice. So, he applies, so I think he applies on hit effect. It doesn't state that each one is like a separate damage instance. So, it may apply on hit effects twice, or it may just apply it once on the initial hit. You can see the little video here. When he uses it, it only gives him a single canister. So, if it gives him a single canister, it means it hits twice. Because technically his passive is like an on-hit effect. So, it should apply on hit effects twice. Second ability, I don't like how they do these alternative primary, secondary abilities, because it is just going down the list. Secondary ability, Detection Protocol. Basically, he sniffs the air, trying to find a nearby enemy. If he does, he generates a scent trail that leads to their location for 7 seconds, and when moving along the trail, he gains increased movement speed, dealing damage to an enemy hero, consumes some marks, ends the trail effect, but slows the target for 35%, and granting him 1 canister. If no hero is found, 40% of the cooldown is refunded. It's a flat cost, so it's intended to be used often. This is what would make him a really good gank, a really good, jungler, because he can get himself to enemies relatively quickly. Now, the mark, however, goes over the character's head. So the marked character, they know that he's nearby, or at least on that side of the map, and he's most likely pathing towards them. If they had the mark. So there is more or less time for you to get away, but he is also moving faster. So you can probably get yourself closer to safety, but maybe not all the way out of safety. All the way out of danger. It's just dependent on where you are. Primeval Roar. He generates a barrier that grants him 20 scaling up to 40% damage reduction for 2.5 seconds. After the duration, he explodes the barrier, and it deals 80 scaling up to 180 bonus physical power magic damage. So it deals magic damage, but again, it scales up with physical power. And enemies are feared for 0.5 to 1.25 seconds based on the barrier duration. So if you so you can detonate it. You can manually detonate it, basically. But if you just leave it on and just are going in, you get the max duration. Now depending on this, being able to manually deactivate it, or manually detonate it, is pretty big, because sometimes you may get yourself into a situation where, yes, you have damage reduction, but and you're on top of them, but it's not enough. They're still dealing way more damage than you expected, and that you can heal back. You can detonate it early and give yourself time to try to get out. Because the fear effect automatically causes them to run away from you. It's basically like the opposite of Morn's Mesmerize. Instead of it drawing enemies to him and leaving them vulnerable, they're vulnerable while they're forced to run away from Forest. And then his ult, basically he, dashes to an enemy, grabs them, and suplexes their ass into the ground. That's literally all it is. It deals damage into an area. Now, a lot of this, he also has some verticality. So if you're aiming further up, he will dash further up. And all enemies in the landing zone take 280, scaling up to 500, plus 180% bonus physical power, and 25 scaling up to 45% of the target's bonus health as physical damage. And they're slow for 75% for 1.25 seconds. So if he ults a tank into, like, if he grabs a tank or a beefy frontliner and ults them into the backline is going to take a lot of damage. Because keep in mind, a lot of backline heroes don't really build a lot of defensive items, or if they do, they build maybe one to deal with something. So if you have a mage that has Spellbreaker, as long as that Spellbreaker shield is gone, they're gonna take a lot of damage. Especially if it's a tank. And keep in mind, like, you can ult a tank into the enemy team and deal a significant amount of damage, because it's also the target's bonus health. Tanks build a lot of bonus health. So that's Boris. Well,
Attack system standing by.
Oh. That's not really a great... I wouldn't necessarily call this a great skin, even though it's the Shadow Ops skin. Because the Ancient Hunter seems more like the Shadow Ops vibe. But anyway, we have a new battle pass. For the Shadow Ops thing. Okay, so are they planning on bringing Wukong into this game or not? Because that is Wukong's silhouette. That is Wukong's silhouette. You cannot tell me that that is not Wukong's silhouette. If they bring him into this game, holy crap, this is gonna be a thing. This is gonna be massive. Massive. But as you can see, you have these ion cores, quantum cores. We basically have more or less some loot stuff. But from what they've said about the loot crates, more or less. I'm obviously gonna unlock this thing. The quantum cores and the ion cores give you a whole bunch of stuff. This also includes platinum, which is paid currency. So, go ahead and do this. Yes. Back out. Got this. So I'm still going nuts over the fact that they have Wukong's silhouette into this. If they do not bring Wukong into this game, after having his silhouette in this battle pass, there is going to be problems. Like, people are going to be, like, extremely pissed off with this. But the Shadow Up skins, you have Boris, Greystone has one.
Tesseract system standing by.
Ah, lovely.
Where are you, Greystone? Here.
Old Greystone is eternal. Out in Genesis.
Night Reaver. This is the Shadow Up skin. It's actually a pretty old skin, but because this was in Paragon. But as you can see, significantly more clean cut, significantly different than what he normally is.
Let's do it all again, shall we?
As you saw, Sereth has...
Power. Welcome, the architect.
Victory is assured.
Sereth has Shadow Ops, which kind of lends to that. Would be nice if they changed the wing scheme for it.
How can they?
Twin Blast also already has a Shadow Ops skin.
Worth a shot. Or two. You get it? Because I got... Yeah, you get it.
But, so, I already have that. Yin also
I'm your guy.
has one.
Come on.
Hello, everyone. Ah, lovely.
Two.
Those aren't enemies. They're stepping stones.
So, but, the Twin Blast Shadow Up skin is, 40% discount. So the loot cores and opals, more or less,
Let's show.
Target locked. Ready for combat.
you can get things, like the opal store, we can purchase skin variants, and other various cosmetics. We can just go ahead and buy one, because we have one. And we can get various types of rewards. We got a quantum core out of our first loot. But these are all the potential rewards. That we can get out of these currently.
Target locked. Ready for
And then the ion cores, again, still gives us more cosmetics, but, these are things that we can get out of them. So we got a spray for it. And, it's obviously, like, obviously it's chance-based, but something like a cosmetic spray, it's gonna, like, if we get, like, the spray again, let's see. Like, if we get this spray again, it's gonna convert it over into something else. Because it's a one-time
Voice knows
thing.
no fear.
So, we also have Discord chat integration. We also have, voice chat. Discord has given us, they worked with Discord to create, yep. Chat anywhere coming soon. Form a party and soon for the voice chat in collaboration with Discord. Now has voice chat. You can talk with your party in menus and communicate with teammates in match, unlocking new ways to strategize and make callouts. You will automatically connect to your team and voice and party voice channels. Team and party voice channels. Or connect to your team and party voice channels. If you prefer, you can opt out of the setting in the menu. Basically, we can change whether or not, I don't know if it's default or what.
System standing by.
So you also have custom games, custom game stuff. But the big part is Hero Kit reworks and adjustments. Now everyone has been touched. Everyone has been touched in this instance. Like, everyone has been taken care of. Like, something has done stuff. Like, they've done a lot of stuff. Ranked mode toxicity improvements, so they're doing more to take care of toxicity in ranked, which you can do, which is something I sometimes struggle with, I will admit. Sometimes I am very toxic, but that is because I just know when I'm... It's a frustration thing. But there are also things like people going AFK after 2 deaths because they don't know how to readjust, because they decide to just not readjust on stuff. Like, there's a lot of reasons, there are a lot of different quote-unquote reasons why people just leave games. And which makes the game, which screws over the players already in the game. It screws over the team that has the AFK because they're now screwed. They're now in a 4v5 or whatnot. I mean, I won last ranked game. I won. We had 3 people. 2 people left. And a third one stayed in Fountain the entire game. Like, it was just like, I did not genuinely feel like my team won that game because their team legitimately just quit. And that's unfair to the people who actually continue to stay and try. So, there's that. We have a new item.
We'll make short work of them.
Yeah, I don't like it.
It's a fighter item. Here. Aegis of Agawar. 25 physical power, 450 health, 15% crit chance, which that's weird. That is very weird. I genuinely do not know why there's 15% crit chance on this item. It does not really fit in, because there's no other items that give crit chance in the fighter category. None whatsoever. It's all health damage. It's all health damage, haste, regen, and defensive stat. Like, or movement speed. But none of them have... or Omnivamp. But none of them have, crit chance. And it's 15%, so it's a weird value. But it's passive, bludgeon. You gain 2.5% bonus physical power. Or bonus health physical power. So, all the bonus health you build 2.5%. Like, just this item, the bludgeon passive will give you, let's see. Let's see. Okay. So just with this item alone, with the bludgeon passive, you would get an 11.25 physical power from this. Just from the item passive. Just from the item stat. So the more health you build, the more power this item gives, which is also why, because most of the other items typically have around 40. Like, they don't have they have around 40 physical power. They're like 35 to, the range is like 35 to 40 physical power. But this has the least amount, strictly because, has only to 25, but you get significantly more off of the passive. So, then you have Agawar's Protection, which you gain 10% total physical armor and 10% total magic armor. So, basically, you build something like Citadel, which gives you 35 physical armor. This item, let's see. It's not a lot, but it's 35 becomes 38.5. That's a bit, that is a little bit, but keep in mind, like, that's just for Citadel. Funny how there's 2 magical armor items. But, and for instance, say you have Citadel and Draconum. So that's 35 plus 40 times 0.1. You get 7. That's 75 plus an additional 7.5. So that's 82.5 armor. Additional armor that you get just from this item. And keep in mind, like, this is an item that you can build on, like, tanks as well. Like, this is an item you can build on, like, a tank, and it boosts those armor values, it boosts those defensive values even higher. Because tank items have a lot of value. And the same thing with magic armor. Like, this is 35 magic armor, this is 40, so you get 82.5 magic armor from, again, just this item. And this is 250 health. This is no health, no health, no health. So you get, let's see, 700 extra HP. And it's 2.5% of that. That should be... Let's see, 250... 700. You get an additional 17... An additional 17.5 physical power. Just from building the defensive items. Like this item, like just from building Draconum, Citadel, Miss Meadow, Legacy, and Aegis. And keep in mind, all of that. Keep in mind, like that's and I'm just saying this strictly out of speculation because it's 5 plus 45 plus 5 plus. Just the base stats, you get 195 extra physical power. Add on the 17.5. I mean, just from that combination, you get 212.5 physical power, which given how most of the scalings work on fighters, that's a fair amount. And but when you're below 40% HP, you get 30%. The bonus changes to 30% total and magic armor. So you get tanky. So when you're below 40% health, you get 20% increase to that bonus. You get basically a 20% more of your total physical and magic armor added to your added to your added to your running total. Now, and that again, this is just the new item. But you'll recognize the bludgeon passive. But there have been item changes as well. Stealth wards. Let's see, because they're not going to show it in here. Here we are. Stealth wards. They've increased the vision rate. They've increased the vision range on wards. So Stealth Ward, Soulstone, and Sentry. It is now, instead of 800 units, it's now 1,200. So it's much bigger. Than the, it's much bigger than it was previously. Because sometimes enemies can skirt around things, skirt around vision if they know it's there, depending on where it's placed, so it's going to make that a little bit harder. We got adjustments to crests, to support crests. You now only need 150 gold to evolve your tier 1 and tier 2 crest. I'm guessing they're thinking that crests were taking too long to evolve. Therefore, it was much less... It's much harder for them to... It's much harder for them to be able to, utilize those effects properly and better, because sometimes it takes a long time, particularly if your carry is behind and you're not able to realistically stack it up as quickly because you're having to... You can't really necessarily blow the stacks as easily. But there have been some changes. Silentum, the muzzle effect, the range on it has been increased, so it can be used from a little bit further away. But no other changes. Leaf Song, the movement speed has been decreased from 40% to 30%. Now they did a lot of changes on movement speed items as well. They changed a lot of movement speed items strictly because I think they were figuring there's way too much movement speed. Particularly with the fact that the mobility creep is a thing. When you have people that are able to get out too easily and too quickly, it's harder to create counterplay for it. Sanctification, the the shield has been dropped to 180 at its base value, and the max health scaling has also been dropped from 10% to 8%. So there's so it's designed to, so it's gonna give you less of a shield overall, but it's also because I think people have just been using it too much, and kind of it's much harder for people to counterplay it, because I've seen some of those shields, when particularly with like tanks that just stack HP, that shield can be pretty big and it gets really annoying. Soul Bearer, the cooldown has been increased from 90 to 120 because it does get used often a lot. Like, it's up for almost every single fight, and it can be very annoying against certain enemies. And the movement speed it gives has been dropped from 12% to 10%. So, not a massive drop, but enough that you will notice it. Time Flux, the time for it to... The movement speed has been reduced to from 20 to 15%. The missing mana refunded has been increased from 15% to 20%, so you get more mana back. But the cooldown has also been increased as well. So it's a little bit... So you get a little bit more back from it, but you move a little bit slow. So more or less, it's harder for you to get... It's harder for you to run down enemies, but it's also like, it's harder for certain, like, if like someone who wants to dive the backline, like, can get blown up pretty easily, like Countess, Shinbi, or something like that, or one of those types of mages. They could throw this down and be able to run and go through the front line to the back line and be able to get yanked out before they had a chance to... Before anyone has a chance. This time, it's got to take a little bit more for them to do that, and it gives, basically, they have to use it closer if they want that same effect. So it puts them a little bit... So it, again, gives them a little bit more... It gives a little bit more counterplay to dealing with enemies with this item. Than previously. But again, like, the movement speed is you're going to feel that difference. Tempest, the additional strike damage has been decreased from 50 to 30%, but the overcharge healing has been increased to 60, from 40 to 60%. But the duration has also been reduced by 1 second as well. So, tighter window, you deal less damage. So, like, in solo fighting situations, you're gonna deal less damage. But you're gonna heal more. But you're also gonna heal more. You're gonna heal more off the initial hit. You're gonna heal more off of the subsequent hits, even though it's a 20%, even though the subsequent hits are 20% weaker than they were before. And it's a tighter window. Next, the slow store duration has been decreased from 5 seconds to 3.5. So, tighter window. The slow damage stored has also been decreased from 20 to 15%. So, again, sorry. Increase with slow charge, slow is 80%. So, you're not able to, build up nearly as much. As quickly, and I think it was designed, it's more so trying to, like, cut back And again, that window also is decreased as well. So again, it's trying to cut back on... Like, it's trying to focus on the fact that the item is more used for dashing, to give you that additional dash, rather than a crap ton of damage. Ortus... I always kept saying it, Orthrus, but... Ortus... The movement speed has been decreased. And the bonus takedown and the bonus physical power on takedown has also been decreased by 1. So it's gonna take longer to get for this item to get like much. It's gonna take longer for this item to get stronger, and you're not able to move nearly as fast. Liberator, the Purifying Guard shield has been decreased from 100 base to 80 base. So you get 20 less of a shield. They also fixed a bug where it wasn't showing the base shield amount. And Purifying Guard and the bonus physical power scaling decrease was also brought down from 135% to 100%, so the shield is smaller. But people usually use it to cleanse debuffs. Pacifier. The Adrenalize just now states the base damage in its description. Not really a change, but it's a bug fix. Ice Scorn, a bit of a change. The Glacial Colosseum movement speed reduced the movement speed that allies get is reduced from 15% to 12%. The slow has been reduced from 15% to 10%, and the duration has also been decreased from 10 to 8 seconds. So it's very much reining in a lot of that bonus movement speed, which I think has been a bit more of a problem. Health Potion and Divine Potion, they no longer gain health per second at level interval at each level. But the health per second has been increased from 7 to 10. So so where it previously was healing and keep in mind this is at level 1. At level 6, 11, and 16, the health per second gets an increase. But instead of it being 105 at level 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 now, it's now 150. So it heals more. But at level 6, you now get 210. And then, obviously, at 11... at level 11, it is 270, and then level 16, the 330. So again, you're healing more. You're healing more, but it balances, but it becomes sort of a balance out. I think it's healing less than it was before. And let's see. And the same thing with, instead of 9, it's gone to, instead of it being, 9, it's now 12. So, at base, and again, you get the level 6, level 11, level 16 spike. Oh, excuse me. Interlock Tonic getting a little bit of a change. The cost is going down from 750 to 500. Like, this is all the potions and stuff. The magic power has gone up by 10, so it's 60 instead of 50. The regens remains the same, but you had to be level 13 in order to buy it now. And the same thing with all the others. Stamina tonic, the temporary health has been changed from 300 flat to 12% max health. And to compensate for, I think that's going to be, in some cases, a loss. But to compensate for that change, 20 ability haste is also being added. But the regen that it gave is now gone. And again, changed to be 13 at I don't think, yeah. But the regen, but again, had to be level 13 to get it instead. Stamina tonic, they just changed the price value and level protection and level thing. Protection tonic, same thing as strength tonic, like it's given, like, it costs less, but it requires a higher level to purchase. Lucky Feather has gotten a change. The goal on kill has been decreased to 5. From 6 to 5. But killing siege minions now gives you 15 gold. So, cannons. Camp leaders and siege minions. They added camp leaders, okay. But, camp leaders and siege minions give you 15 gold now, instead of 5. So, so the cannon minions and the biggest, monsters in the jungle camp give you 15 additional gold. And when you get a kill on a hero, you gain 30 additional gold. So, it now has, like, still would be nice if there was, like, a stacking component for this. Like, you actually had to, like, you could actually get stacks, or maybe, like, it's a store-up thing where you can cash out. Or something like that. Like, I think they still need to change it so it functions a little bit better. But, you know, these changes are really good for the item. Because it was really only usable against, minions and monsters. And if you didn't get any rewards for, like, having the item and getting a kill for it. So now you actually get some reward to getting a kill. Barbaric Cleaver. Okay. You have to go through this in order to go through all of them, which is annoying. Barbaric Cleaver, the cost has just been decreased. But this is something that is big. Another big thing that they've done, which I do agree wholeheartedly with. They started with Hornplate, but every single... Hold on, gotta sneeze. Damn it. It's sitting there. Alright, it's gotta come at the weirdest time. But, every single one of the anti-heal items, so Horned Plate, Serrated Blade, Spiked Birch, Lock Shaw. Every single one of them has had the anti-effect heal increased from 30 to 35%. So that may not seem like a lot, but that actually is a pretty big change. It royally affects the their full completed items. Like, it really affects them. Polar Treads, they decrease the movement speed, out of combat movement speed from 5% to 4%. Not a big change for at least this item, but there's a larger impact. Rune Bow, they've changed, the cost is, they decreased the cost by 100, but they reduced the magic power, or they increased the magic power from 25 to 35, but they reduced the attack speed from 20% to 15%. So it's gonna be a little bit slower, but it's gonna hit harder in terms of anything that has magic scaling. And you'll notice that Absolution is now a fighter weapon. Absolution is a fighter weapon now. Its cost has also been decreased by 50, and the magic armor has been increased to accompany this shift. The movement speed still has remained the same. The damage mitigation has also remained the same. But it's now a fighter item, so it's designed to, it was never really a carry item. Like, it didn't really fit into carry builds, to be honest. It didn't. Carries aren't necessarily supposed to have, like... If carries are supposed to have a defensive item, like, it has to be able to fit into their builds, and it just does not, unfortunately. So, that's why they made the shift. Dust Devil, the bonus movement speed you get from Menace has been decreased from 15% to 12%. So again, they're reducing the amount of extra movement speed that's in the game. Probably because of Boris as well, because he does have a lot of movement speed. But a lot of the other changes have also there's also a lot of changes that require them to reduce movement speed on items, otherwise certain heroes are going to be absolutely busted. Lightning Hawk, the slow has been decreased from 30 to 20%, and the momentum and the chilling momentum, the scaling on hit damage has been reduced from 25 to 20%. So it's going to hit a little bit, so it's going to be a little bit weaker, and you're not going to get as big of a slow out of it now. For something that is designed to be a poke item, it really doesn't fit the poke item thing, because it is a... like, it'd be one thing if it extended, like, your it'd be one thing if, Lightning Hawk extended your basic attack range, so you could hit someone from farther away. Then it would fall into poke, because you would still only be able to use it to degree, but you would still have that increase for poke. But anyway, Onyxian Quiver, they changed it from 5% lifesteal to 10% lifesteal. So it's a little weaker than Terminus, but it still has but like for Sky Splitter being 8%, it now Sky Splitter and Terminus being like the ones you have 15% on Terminus, 8% on Sky Splitter. Heroes who build this item will get a little bit more value out of it. At least out of the lifesteal portion. Plasma Blade, because of the changes to Rune Bow, there was some shifts. The magic power has gone up from 45 to 50, but the attack speed has been decreased from 30% to 25%. So again, you're exchanging that attack speed for more power. This is this is kind of gonna help. Like, this item really only helps Grimmix, let's be honest. Sky Splitter, they changed the passive on that. So they added back in melee hero interaction, which to be honest, they really just need to break the synergy of that. They really need to break. I mean, it's really hard to break the synergy on this. They need a melee, but they shouldn't really keep the melee hero interaction, because let's be honest, because it is strong. But they changed the rend. The rend effect the original effect, instead of 3% of the target's current HP, it's now 4%. So you do a little bit more damage. And then they added the 6% of the 6% current HP of the target's current HP for melee heroes. So it works more into the fighter builds. Stormbreaker, they increased the attack speed from 25% to 30%. The static stacking effect has been removed. So killing enemies will no longer increase the damage. And they reduced the damage for electric momentum. Let's see, hold on. Okay, chilling momentum. For electric momentum from 30 to 25, but they changed the scaling. The scaling is no longer 35% bonus physical power, it's now 20% total. So it's technically going to hit harder in later stages of the game. But you no longer stack the item up. So 10 of rounds. The blight effect is now from 40% to 45%. So again, those changes to the tier 2 anti-heal items have a big effect. Because that's a lot. That's almost cutting a person's their healing in half. That's 5% below cutting their healing in half. That is a big jump. Like, it is a massive jump. Terminus, they increased the life steal from 10% to 15%. The overheal stays, but the grit missing health, the life steal passive, has been removed. So it's now just flat 15%. People have been surviving a bit too much with Terminus based off of that, so they reined it in. For assassin items, Envy, the cost has been increased by 200 from 3,100 to 3,300, so in 200 gold increase. The sacrificial strike now critically strikes for reduced value of 140%. So basically, the critical strike damage is less. Because critical strike, you normally deal... It's normally about, like... You basically deal double damage when you crit. Well, with Envy, was too much because of all the other stats. Because for carries, it takes time for them to get, like, really big hits. For assassins, not really, because they can get big hits because their items come with flat pen. So now, so your critical hits are dealing less damage than they did before with Envy. Envy's critical hits deal less damage. But it's to rein in the item though. Malady, they made a change. The ability haste has been decreased from 10 to 8. The demise damage, so the additional damage that you deal to enemy heroes below 40% on that cooldown has been decreased from 35 to 20. And the bonus physical power scaling has been reduced from 10% to 8%, so it's gonna hit less. And the demise stack has also been decreased from 6 to 4. So the item itself has been hit with a pretty decent nerf. But mainly people use it for wave clear, more or less. Because on every 2 seconds when you kill a unit, it explodes, dealing damage based on their max health to everyone around them, with no damage fall off. So it can you can cut through minions pretty quickly with it. Same with Mind Razor, but, you know... Mind Razor doesn't have the penetration. And it's a burst. And it's more of a burst item than anything else. And again, you want to build up that demise stack. But again, it's gotta take longer to hit those, bigger spikes. Speaking of Mind Razor, cost has been decreased from 3,000 to 2,900. But the physical power has gone down, and its recipe has changed to Barbaric Cleaver, a Pendant, and Spirit Shift with 550 gold. So, the Cleaver for the AoE, the Pendant for the haste, Spirit Shift for the mana and power. The Razor Cleave effect, the total power scaling has gone up from 25 to 35%, so it's gonna hit harder. It's always applied on basic Razor Cleave now always applied on basic attacks. Oh, never mind. I read it wrong. It only applies on basic attacks, so you no longer get it with abilities. So it's harder to it's now harder for heroes like Feng Mao, Kalari, Wraith, Revenant if he also wants to build into like an assassin based build. Basically they have to use their physical attacks now in order to get the cleave effect. And it now has a new passive. You gain 2% of your... You gain physical power equal to 2% of your maximum mana. So, any of the items that gain... Assassin items that gain mana, that give you mana, basically, Mind Razor, Envy, Demon Edge, Infernum. Let's see, I think those are the only... Yeah, those are the only ones. Those are gonna be items you would want to stack with Mind Razor. Just strictly for the extra power, if you want to boost that up as much as possible. Infernum's pretty deep. But Infernum almost fits into almost anyone that does a lot of stuff. Nightfall, the Dusk Reaver shield has been decreased from 200 to scaling up to 550 to 200 scaling up to 400. Basically, less of a shield. So it's harder for people to screw you over. Omen. I swear, Omen and Demon Edge have a very similar thing. But Omen, the Bestial Torment damage has been decreased from 40 to 30, and the bonus power scaling has also gone down from 20 to 10%. It's still basically the same thing, you know. They want it to be you're reducing your cooldowns. They don't want it to be you're relying on the item for damage. That's pretty much it. Hidden Trident, same thing. The physical penetration has gone down. From 8 to 5, so you're not ignoring nearly as much flat armor. The anti-heal up to 45% from 40. The Wound Seeker bonus damage has been decreased from 5% to 3%, and the penetration scaling has also been decreased from 12 to 6%. So we cut that damage a fair amount. Because, again, it's designed for me to be an anti-heal item. Back to fighters. And I'm only going over the items because we were talking about a new item. So Berserker's Axe, the base movement speed has gone down from 4 to 3%. The blitz damage has gone up, though. So basically, when dashing or leaping, your next basic attack, basically its Spellblade passive, the damage has gone up. But the 2.5% max health scaling that it had has now been changed to 40% bonus physical power. So I think that's going to help it deal more damage. Help the item deal more damage. This is mainly used for, like, fighter junglers. Or junglers that are fighters. Because, again, dashing or leaping. You get that empowered. But it's really for, but it's really, realistically, for, but like I said, it's mainly for junglers. No, it no longer has its cooldown reduced on hit. So you basically can just it just reins it in, so you can't just abuse this increase. And the movement speed increase you get from crossing the fog wall, it has gone down from 20 to 5%. So again, reining in the movement speed items. Citadel, the physical power has gone up from 35 to 40, so a little bit strength there. Legacy, the magic armor has been increased from 35 to 40, so a little bit more tanky. This is the biggest change. Overlord. It used to have, the Aegis's bludgeon effect. But now it has... but now it's been reworked a bit. The physical power has gone up in order to compensate for the loss of that extra bonus physical power it gets. The health has also gone down by 100, so you're a little bit more squishy. But, the colossal cleave remains the same, but it now has a new passive, Devourer. On killing an enemy unit, you permanently gain 1 health. Cavaliers grant 3, heroes grant 5. Upon reaching 150 stacks, you gain additional 200 health. So keep in mind. I think it cuts off at now, I don't know how this item, if it continues to stack past the 150 stacks. Realistically, that would be absolutely broken if it did. But, you permanently gain 1 HP. You permanently gain health upon killing enemy units. So again, I don't know if this is an additional 200 or if this is an additional 200 on the 150. On top of the 150. So if it's on top of the 150, that's an extra 350 health. So it grants even more health than it did prior. Or if it just is a jump, it's still... regardless of where the configuration is, it grants more HP than it did prior, which synergizes insanely well with Aegis. Like, these two items would simultaneously increase. Like, this, getting this item first, then you build Overlord to get it stacking, and then start stacking it, you gain significantly more power off of just 2 items. Like, it is... But again, if it's 150 plus that additional 200, then it grants even more HP. And keep in mind, you're also getting that 2.5% health scaling. I think it's bonus health scaling. For the Colossal Cleave. So this item's health will help that. And you also still get the 30%. So both the health that this item, that Overlord gives, and Aegis give, the health that Aegis and Overlord gives will help Overlord deal more damage, plus the stacking. But the bonus power you get from the health will also increase the amount of damage that Overlord gives. Like, these items are designed to have synergy, which I actually love that. Like, if you don't build these items together, you're really missing out on a lot of synergy. Rupture, they increased the cost from 3,000 to 3,100. The health has also been increased. The Omnivamp has been increased. But the ability haste has been removed. The recipe has been changed to Composite Bow, Banded Emerald, and Razor Claw. And the near sight bonus damage has been increased from 18 to 20. The bonus power scaling has been increased from 12 to 15, so it's hitting harder. And now in the death recap it states correctly that the near sight damage is what kills you. If you died, and it now states correctly that you took damage from Rupture instead of Fire Blossom for some reason. I don't know why. Salvation got a change. The max health scaling on the shield has been decreased from 22 to 18%. The health activation point has been... They didn't change it. I'm guessing with the decrease... I'm guessing when they were looking at it, the decrease in the shield... if it activates at a lower point, it defeats the purpose of that. If they wanted it to be 30% of the shield, if they wanted it to have the 22%, then the activation point should have been lowered. But again, decreasing the amount of shielding it has, but it increases the Omnivamp from 10 to 12%. So you're going to heal a little bit more. Painted Blade, same thing. The Blight has been increased, but the damage amplification has been decreased from 8 to 5%. So you're getting less damage amp, but again, you're getting that more decrease. That bigger decrease to healing. Costiga, the Arcane Might, the Arcane Might damage has been decreased from 0.3% to 0.2%, so a little bit less. Not a big change, but a little. Something that you would probably maybe notice in the late game, but probably not. It's not a massive one. Entropy got to change. The degradation base damage has been decreased from 4 to 3, but it still has its effect. Noxia, the Dark Matter max health damage has been increased from 5% to 6%. Something you'll notice in the late stages of the game, but not a massive amount. Soulbinder got a big change. Soulbinder's Arcane Salvo now activates every single time you hit an enemy beyond that 1450 range. So Gadget and Howitzer, using their long range abilities to hit enemies. Sorry, I've gotten so much into this that I've been neglecting to see whether if anything's been going on. But anyway, so the Arcane Salvo. So again, the Arcane Salvo, now will always activate. The bonus true damage has been decreased from 10 to 5% in order to compensate for that. So, you get less out of it, but you can activate but it can go every single time. But it now has a new passive, Farseer, upon triggering out Arcane on the 10-second cooldown. So basically, they just took the 10-second activation, the 10-second cooldown, and moved it to a new passive. When you trigger Arcane Salvo, on that cooldown, you permanently gain 1 magic power. Like, the item didn't get an actual change, except for the decrease in damage. Like, the actual item itself didn't get, like, any changes. They just separated the two parts of the passive. So, you now have that 5% bonus true damage on every ability past that, that hits past that 1450 range. And that's all the damage. That's all damage, mind you. So, even if you have something that hits multiple times, it is 5% true damage, every single time that hits. But that 10-second cooldown, you still have that, have to wait for that magic power gain. So still a stacking item. Its identity hasn't really changed, but they improved the item so it actually functions better. Sorry. Tainted Scepter got a little bit of a change. The anti-heal is up from 40 to 45%, so again, big. The Malice stack, though. The damage per stack has been decreased from 3 to 2. And the scaling has been decreased from 1.25 to 0.8. So it hits... So again, it's bringing this into being more of an anti-heal item, rather than just an item you want to use for damage. Wraith Leggings, Wraith Leggings, the movement speed. The movement speed, has been decreased from 5 to 3%, again, rating in that mobility from items. So that's really the mage changes. On the support item scale, we talked about Polar Treads. Like Galaxy Greaves, the out-of-combat movement speed has been decreased from 8% to 6%. So, you know, again, reining in that extra mobility. Martial has had its aura increased. Not by a lot, but it went from 1,000 units to 1,000 to 1,100. So it's a small increase, but it is an increase nonetheless. Don't know why, like they could have buffed something else on it more properly, but you can potentially get more people into the effect. Tainted Charm and Tainted Totem, the anti-heal is increased on it, but Tainted Charm's Blighted Presence has again increased. They increased the range of it. So instead of 650 units, it's now 750 units. It's a little bit bigger, not a massive amount. Through Silver Bracelet, the shield has now gone down from 150 to 120, and the bonus health scaling has been decreased from 20% to 18%. So again, smaller shields. Again, probably to add bigger counterplay. Vanguardian, the change that they made was they've increased the effect radius. Again, much like Tainted Charm and Martial, the aura more or less has been increased, but instead of it being 100 unit increase from 700 to 800, it's 700 to 850. So it's a little bit bigger. Let's see, hold on. I gotta do some math. Let's see. Divided by 150. So it's about 21%. It's about 21% bigger than it used to be. It's basically 21%. And again, Tainted Charm, that actually probably is a bigger change. I mean, no, it's about 15% increase. Sorry. But Vanguardian has has basically a 23% radius increase. So it's almost a quarter of a size bigger than it used to be. So that's pretty big. They renamed Quantum Core to Warp Stream. And the Teleblink they've changed to as long as you haven't taken damage in 3 seconds instead of out of combat. So basically, if you've been able to avoid taking damage for 3 seconds, your blink your teleblink. You can use your teleblink. That's pretty much it. Wind Collar, they reduce the movement speed you get from it from 12 to 8%. You know, again, reining in that movement speed. So now we start on tank items. Crystalline Curious. The health has gone up from 250 to 325, so a 75 point health increase. The magic armor has also gone up from 45 to 50. But the 75% base health regen has been removed. The Celestite passive. So the Celestial Carapace passive. So on taking damage, you gain a stack of Celestite. They changed it so that it now, they reduced the number of stacks required. They reduced the number of max stacks from 5 to 6. So it activates, so the Celestite, so you get less magic armor. But you get, so you get less magic armor. Instead of getting 30 magic armor, you get 25 additional magic armor. And the movement speed you get from Celestite, at max stacks has gone down from 15 to 12%. But here's the thing. Since they reduced the max stacks of it, once it falls off, you can regain that bonus much more quickly. So realistically, you can get a lot more movement speed out of the item than you did before. Because it takes more time for it to stack up. Or it takes less time to stack up. Frostguard, a little bit of a change. They reduced the amount of physical armor from 50 to 45 and they increased the amount of magic armor from 35 to 45. So they evened out the stats on it. So it works. So it works as both physical and magic armor. So you can build this into both physical. So you can use this more effectively against like for instance Shinbi in the off lane, Quang in the off lane, Aurora in the off lane. Like it can help, but you also can utilize this also with physical heroes that build physical damage, that do physical damage, but also have attack speed. So it evens out its stats a little. Stonewall, the health has gone up from 250 to 300. Tainted Bastion and Tainted Guard, they both got the same change. The healing, the anti-heal, has gone up from 40% to 45%. So they work on that better. Unbroken Will, the health has gone up from 325 to 400, so a 75 health increase from that, so it's a bit better. And Warden's Faith, they changed the crit strike reduction to 20% instead of 15, up from 15%. So you're gonna take less damage from you're gonna take even less damage from crits now. And that's all the item changes. That's all the item changes themselves. But we got heroes to do. Let's see. There are some general changes. Basic attack penalties. Basic attack range has been, for ranged heroes, have been increased. So heroes are going to be able to hit. So ranged heroes are going to be able to hit from farther away. Blink has been. The blink distance has been reduced. But they added blink proxy, so now certain abilities that have like cast animations, you can blink while those cast animations are going off. They added comeback experience, so when there's large level deficits, you can gain more general experience. Crit strike damage. Okay, never mind. It was 150. It was basically 150% damage, not twice. But crit strike damage has been increased from 155% to 165%. So crits will hit harder, which explains why Warden's Faith has gotten that increase. Damage over time effects now restore 100% of the value from lifesteal and magic lifesteal effects instead of 33%. So I'm guessing damage over time effects, you now get the full... Oh, no, never mind. I see what it is. So you get the full benefit of, like say, for instance, oh, let's run up here. So, say, for instance, you built Megacosm. Where is it? Here. That damage over time, and you also built Lifebinder. You're now going to get a full 12% of Megacosm's, like, each tick of Megacosm's damage, you're going to get the full 12% instead of 33%. So it shifts things a little bit better. Damage over time effects will now actually give more back than they used to, which is really useful on heroes that have damage over time effects. Aurora is actually going to love that change, because her passive is damage over time. Death timers have been changed from from a base from 11 to 47 seconds to 6 to 42 seconds. So you're going to come up earlier, but death timers now increase more harshly based on time starting at 10 minutes. So at 10 minutes, death timers will increase dramatically. This is probably to help games close out games better. There's been changes to gold. Last hit share gold has been increased from its values. So instead of so when you get last hits, like if they're nearby allies, then instead of getting if there's one nearby ally, instead of getting 18% of the gold value, you're getting 25% of the value. And when you're near, wait a minute, hold on. This is confusing because you get more from being near. Near gold share increased from... I think this may be on turrets, not minions. Yeah, it's got to be on turrets, not minions. Or like objectives, things that you would actually have to share gold for. But the gold drip is going to be decreased. So, basically, it takes less time for gold to accumulate. And gold drip has been increased from 3 per second to 3.3. So you're getting more gold at a faster rate. This will help out supports a lot. Jumping, not really a big thing. Bonus experience for killing higher level heroes have been increased from okay, so if you kill a higher enemy hero at a higher level, depending on the discrepancy between your levels, you'll get more bonus experience. And when you're killing an enemy at lower levels, right, heroes lower than you get less experience. Okay, so basically people who are just running the game down, you more or less are getting less experience out of it. Okay. Movement speed penalty, Now stacks multiplicativity with other slow effects. Other slow effects will still choose the largest value. Speed penalties increase by 5%. Basically, if you're attacking while you're moving, you're going to move slower now. Multiple damage instances. Dots no longer execute minions. Okay, well, you know, I guess that's okay. But they now execute when the minions when twice their damage value will result in a kill within the execute threshold. Okay, so basically it slows down. This basically like slows down Faye. And Faye, Aegean Scorch, Gadget, Faye, Aegean Scorch, Gadget, and Morgesh. Because they can execute, because previously they could execute enemies with their damage over time. Or their minions, enemy minions, with damage over time. So you actually now have your, so your damage has to be twice the amount. So they can still execute, but they have to be lower. So it basically gives like an increased threshold to lose them, more or less. You can still get them, but it takes longer to get them. It's effectively what it's saying. On hit effects now benefit from lifesteal instead of magic lifesteal. They're now classified as secondary damage instances that affect the primary target of the base damage. Proc damage is now apparent to on hit. All on hit effects are proc damage and will interact with other effects in the same way they did before, besides magic lifesteal. Magical will interact the same as more, but still benefit from magic lifesteal. Oh, so proc effects are like item damage. On hit effects are basically like extra effects that apply at the moment of damage. So they benefit from lifesteal instead of magical lifesteal. So healing off of so you can heal off of basically Sky Splitter. Shields now benefit from armor. So that's why. So I think shields increase with armor, more armor. Oh yeah, no. So armor will now decrease the damage to shields, basically. Speed buffs, movement speed caps are increased. Movement speed caps are increased. Movement speed penalties are also increased. So you can get more movement speed, but you also get higher penalty as the game goes on. Wards again, the initial the range radius is being increases, but the delay for it to disappear has been increased to 4 seconds. So you can have a higher chance of being able to take them out. Tower plating has been decreased from 15 minutes to 12 minutes. So it'll fall off at 12 minutes instead of 15. Local gold also is decreased from 300 to 200. So you get less gold from them as well. Inner turrets, the global gold has been decreased from 125 to 100. So a little bit there. Gateways, they activate at 8 minutes instead of 10. They require less time to activate. The travel time has also been increased. You no longer have vision of enemies standing on a gateway or if they're in flight. You get 50% decaying movement speed. And the pre-20-minute cooldown has been decreased from 4 minutes to 3 minutes. The post-20-minute cooldown has been decreased from 3 to 10. Or from 3 to 2. Minion changes. Gold has been given to scaling. For ranged, for melee and ranged. For melee and ranged, as well as siege minions. Instead of a flat 28 gold from melees, you now get 19. That scales up to 31 gold. And experience, instead of 60 to 70 at levels 1 to 8, is now 68 to 80 from levels 1 to 8. So you get more gold and experience values out of melee minions. Range minions, you get, like, you get less gold value in the early game, but you get more gold value in the late game, which has been an issue. Ranged minions give more gold, like, had that gold scaling as well. But the experience they get is less than that, has been decreased, which makes sense. Siege minions, they grant less gold early game, but more gold in late game. They grant more experience early game and late, but the same at late game. Super minions, their health has gone up, so they are tankier. Their physical armor has gone up, so they're tankier. The damage they deal has gone up, so they hurt more. So it's harder to clear waves. Jungle changes, Forest Dweller. The hunt item has been changed, so the healing you get from the Forest Dweller item has been changed to 5% to 7%, so you heal more. The low health monster healing has been increased from 8 to 10, so again, enemies, low health monsters give you more HP back. The burn damage has been increased from 10 to 14, so you deal more damage. Red and blue buff and the camp spawn timers have been decreased to from 85 seconds to 60 seconds. So at minute 1, you get your camps. The experience for the smaller camps have been increased by 25% around. The red and blue buff have the experience has gone up for the late game. Cyan buff, the additional experience it grants per minute, has been decreased from 10 to 5. So to rein the big, so basically you get less experience for it, just to make sure there's not too much of a big disparity, because it helps with catch up, but if you're already ahead, you don't need nearly as much. Initial spawn timers for Fangtooth, has been decreased from 5 minutes to 4 minutes, so it shows up a little bit earlier. Buff duration for Mini Orb has gone down from 150 seconds to 120 seconds. Jeez, we're spending more. We spent... Oh. We're almost 3 hours in, and we still haven't gotten finished with the patch notes, but you know what, it's fine. Or Prime buff has been seen change. The damage buff has been removed. The health and mana regen has been removed. But it now grants 15 to 35%, or 15 to 35 physical power and 20 to 60 magic power at 16 to 36 minutes. The buff radius has been increased from 1300 to 1500 units, so it's a bit wider. The minion buff damage reduction, the melee damage reduction has been increased from 50% to 65%, so it's hard to kill melees. The range damage reduction has been increased from 25% to 55%. The siege damage reduction has been increased from 40% to 55%. So, minions are harder to kill with Prime Buff, and its focus is primarily on the fact that Prime Buff is for minions mainly. We still get something out of it, but we don't get nearly as much. So, it's better for comeback. River buffs, the green shield max health scaling, the green buff max health scaling has gone down from 18 to 12%, so less of a shield. Gray buff movement speed has been decreased from 100 to 55. The out of combat movement speed has been decreased from 15 to 8%, so you move less. The enhanced gray buff. Enhanced orange buff, the Omnivamp has been increased from 5 to 8%, so you get more healing out of it. And river buffs now spawn at 16 minutes as opposed to 21 minutes. So you get them a little bit earlier. So now onto heroes. Finally. This is where it's also going to take us a while. So, there's been changes from... There's been all-around stat changes, but general changes, magic armor for melee heroes have been increased from 26 to 30. or it says melee magic armor is increased from 20 to 6 to 30. Melee magic armor scaling has increased from 1.4 to 1.8. Ranged magic armor increased from 25 to 27. Ranged magic armor has been scaling increased from 0.7 to 0.1 to 1.1. Basically, magic armor, they get more base magic armor. So on to actual heroes. Argus. General stat changes. Health has gone down. Health regen has gone down. Base mana has gone up. So he has more mana to work with. Mana growth has also gone up. Mana regen has also gone up. So Argus has more mana to work with initially, and he gets more mana in the late game. Power scaling on his basic attack has his base physical power has gone down from 57 to 55. Physical power growth has gone down, so he deals less physical damage in the late game. Armor growth base physical armor has increased from 19 to 22. Armor growth has increased from 3.45 to 4 flat, and movement speed has gone up. So, he's gonna be a little bit tankier in the later stages of the game, just a little, not much. He's gonna be hitting harder. He's gonna have more mana to work with, and he's got regen mana at more, and he's got regen mana a bit better at the later stages of the game, at all stages of the game. Disintegrate. The base damage has been increased from 2 to 4, so it deals more damage. The scaling also has been increased from 1.2% to 2.5%. The stack multiplier has also been increased from 35% to 50%, but the duration has been decreased to 2 seconds as opposed to 3. So, he deals more damage, but stacks lasts less. Dread Nova, it's now Blink Proxy. The projectile speed has been increased, so it comes out faster. The gravity has also been decreased, so it can travel farther if you arc it. The projectile radius has also been increased, so it will hit more enemies. Base damage has gone up from 80 scaling to 180 to 85 scaling to 255. The cooldown has been set to 17 flat. It does not have scaling decrease, and the mana cost has been set to 80 flat as well. So it's designed to give him more damage, give him more access to it, but kind of even out so he can't use it nearly as often. He's more reliant on items to give haste now to get his cooldowns low. Ether Crystal, and no longer blocks ability targeting. So basically, if he throws up Ether Crystal and you're trying to target him with like a lock-on ability, you can still target him with a lock-on ability. Or you can still target him. The base damage has gone down from 80 scaling to 240 to 60 scaling to 140. But the scaling has, let's see. Scaling increased from 60 to 80%. I think that's wrong, because that's 20% scaling. The cooldown has been changed from 15 flat to 17 reduced to 13. Scaling down to 13, but the cost has been increased to 90 flat. The scaling has gone up, but it used to be lower. I don't know why it's 60 to 80. Here, it does not really show anything. His ult hasn't changed. Particle Shredder has gotten some changes. You can blink without canceling it, so you can blink quicker. Projectile speed has been decreased, not by a lot, but it's been decreased. The base damage has been decreased from 20 scaling up to 60 to 17 scaling up to 45. But the scaling has been increased from 10 to 15%. The cooldown has been set to a flat 3, so again, you had to invest a little bit more into haste. But the cost has been increased from 7 scaling up to 15 to 14 scaling up to 22. And the self slow he imposes with it is now from 30% to 40%. So he's slower moving around, so he can't move nearly as fast when using it. But again, if you're using Particle Shredder in a fight, chances are you're not trying to get away from enemies. You're trying to take them down. The damage is less, but the scaling is more, so he can hit harder for longer.
Hello,
So he can hit
everyone.
harder. Aurora's got some changes. Again, general stat changes. Health is down. Health regen is down. Health regen growth is down, so she doesn't regen nearly as much in the late game. Mana is down. Physical armor is up. Physical armor growth is up, and movement speed is up. So she's a little less tank. So she's has a little less HP to work with, but she has a bit more defensive stats to work with. The Frozen Simulacrum passive, the percent max health damage has been increased from well, basically she now has the effect the scaling has gone down from 30 to 20%, but the health but the percent health has gone up. So it's still 1% base, but instead of 0.06 per level, it's now 0.1 per level percent. So she gets more so basically per level she gets 2.8% of the target's max health as magic damage. That's pretty much it. So her passive will deal more damage, more or less. Like the scaling has gone down, but the actual percentage of the target's max HP that you're burning has gone up. Glacial Charge, the cost has just been decreased from 80 to 60. Nothing else. Hoarfrost, it's now, you can blink proxy it, so you can blink while you're casting it. The cast time has also been decreased, so it comes out faster. The radius is also bigger, by 100 units, so you can hit farther. The base damage has been changed from 100 scaling up to 200 to 80 scaling up to 260. So it's weaker in the early game, but it hits harder in the late game, base damage wise. Scaling has gone down from 60% to 40%, so you're scaling, so you had to invest more into magic power to get more damage out of it. The root duration has been decreased from 1.25 to 1 second. So it roots for less. The cooldown has been changed from 15 scaling down to 11 to 14 scaling down to 12. So it's going to be up earlier in the earlier stages. So it's going to be up. You're going to have more usage in the early stage of the game, but less usage in late. And the cost has been decreased from 60 to 50, so you can use it a little bit more often. Boreal Sweep, Blink Proxy again. The delay before the secondary explosion has been decreased by a tiny amount, not a lot. Cast time also decreased. Scaling is down from 40 to 30. The base damage is been changed from 40 scaling up to 100 to 40 scaling up to 120. So it has higher base damage. The secondary eruption has been changed from 70 scaling up to 170 to 80 scaling up to 240, so dealing more damage there. The slow has been decreased from 30 to 35 to 30%. Blech. The cooldown has been decreased at all ranks, so a buff in that respect. And the cost has been set to 60 flat. So she can use it more often. Cryosism, the changes kind of confused me a little, because, but I remembered why... I remembered the thing. It's, how it interacts, with things. Blink proxy, so you can blink while you're casting it. The base damage has been increased from 120 to 300 to 200 to 400. So it's a buff in that respect. The secondary base damage has been increased from 60 to 150 to 80 to 160. The scaling has been increased from 55 to 60%. The secondary scaling has been decreased from 27.5 to 24%. And the cooldown has been decreased from 150 scaling to 115 to 130 scaling to 90. The reason why the secondary explosion has been changed is because the secondary explosion hits multiple times. Can hit multiple times. If your opponent is in the middle of a minion wave and like they're all clumped together and you use it and they aren't out of it by the time the explosion goes off, they've all taken 400 damage. Or even at level 1, they've all taken 200 damage. But now every single time one of those units is affected, either the hero or the minions, is hit by any one of the extra explosions, they are now taking, like, if it's a full minion wave of, if it's a full minion wave of 6, and the enemy hero is in the middle of them all, they are now taking 80 times 6 additional damage on the secondary explosion. So, let's see. 80 times 6. They're now taking an extra 480 damage from the minion wave, from the explosion if they're standing in the minion wave. Even more if there's the siege minion. So you actually can get more damage out of the secondary explosion even though it deals less damage. It stacks on, people that are nearby each other will hit each other and deal extra damage. But that's it for Aurora. Before I went over Boris. Countess, they changed a fair amount. She, general stat changes. She has a new passive. It's now Blood Tide. Dealing damage to an enemy with 2 different abilities. With abilities 2 times. I guess. Within 4 seconds applies Hemorrhage, dealing 8% of their maximum HP as true damage over 4 seconds. So 2% of their max HP every second. True damage. And Countess gains 5% movement speed for the same duration. And refunds 25% of her basic ability cooldowns. This is something that you want. The effect can stack, but does not refresh. So you can unload a combo on someone on all 4 of her abilities. All 4 of her abilities onto a single target. And they will take 16% of their max HP as true damage over 4 seconds. And since she gets applied it twice, she gets 50% of her cooldowns, of her basic abilities cooldowns back. So they're leaning more into Countess being a magic assassin rather than a like a burst magic burst assassin that deals that's a mage. Oh, hi Fuzz. Versus being a burst mage, more or less. Shadow Slip has gotten a major change. She now summons a shadow that deals damage instead of her teleporting to the target. So she deals more damage and slows for 25%. She deals damage, slows for 25%. And then she can re-trigger to dash to bring herself in. So this is more like a poke ability per per se. Instead of her dashing in, she now can just hit an enemy from a distance. Honestly, it doesn't... I don't know how it's gonna feel in-game. It's gonna be a thing. But that's it. Eventide just got some number changes. Nothing really big things. Damage has gone up. Has been lowered, but the scaling is up. Cooldowns up. Blade Siphon has gotten a little bit of change. It does 75 damage, 75 more damage to it deals 75 more damage to monsters. So again, keeping her. Again, I think they're wanting to move her into more of a jungler role because of these changes. Scaling is up. Damage is down. Base damage is down. Scaling is up. Her healing is... The base healing is down, but the scaling has been increased. So she heals a little bit more. So she'll heal a little bit more. Overall. The hero when she uses it on a hero, the modifier instead of 400, it's now 600%. So at base, base damage, she'll heal 6. She'll heal 60 HP instead of 40 if she hits a hero. And cooldown is been decreased at all ranks, so she can use it a bit more often. Her alt has been changed. Instead of it being a stun, it's now a suppression. It automatically applies a stack of hemorrhage. It automatically applies hemorrhage. So you can theoretically get 2 to 3 applications of hemorrhage in the duration window. So that'll be 24% of the target's max HP over the 4-second duration. Like, it is massive. It no longer heals her. But deals more damage and heals equal to... But it deals 50% more damage, so she deals even more damage to the target. And heals for 100% of the damage she deals with her ult. If the target is already affected by hemorrhage. So it's not something you want to use when immediately. It's something you want to, and the target's max health scaling. And the damage has been decreased, and the max health scaling has also been decreased. But this is something that is massive for her, because you would want to use her ult on someone that already has hemorrhage on them. She's still gonna need to build, like, magical lifesteal, but there's Spirit of Amir, so she's good. Crunch. General stat changes. You know, it is what it is. Movement speed up. Physical armor growth up. Like, it's pretty much the same thing. Pretty much the same thing on a lot of heroes. His mana is down, his mana growth is down, but his mana regen is up. So he has less mana to work with. He'll have less mana to work with in the later stages of the game, but he'll regen more mana. His passive hasn't changed. Left crunch, so his primary clear tool, blink proxy. Base damage has been decreased overall. The scaling, however, has been increased from 95% flat to 115 scaling up to 135. The empowered base damage has now empowered base damage is up. And the scaling is also increased. So you get more damage out of the empowered version. Right crunch, his slow and whatnot. The knockup, the empowered, it affects mainly the empowered version. But his knockup effect, if he's jumping in the air, he gets launched further in the air. So if you've jumped and you're using it to knock an enemy up, you are knocked even higher because it gives him that little boost. The empowered knock-up height has also been increased from 200 to 300, so they're knocked up higher. Base damage has been decreased at all ranks, but the scaling has gone up. The slow has also been increased to 50%. The slow duration is longer. The empowered stun is longer, and the cooldown is higher in the early stages of the game. The cost has been set to 50 flat as well. Forward crunch, there's a little quality of life. People can't animation cancel nearly as easily with this. Like, you have less of a chance to animation cancel if you miss it. It no longer blocks jumping for additional time, so basically you can't extend your dash range. Actually no, I think no, you can't extend the stun time by canceling an individual's jump. Blink proxy, obviously. Damage has been decreased. The scaling has been decreased. The base dash distance has been decreased by 30%. So you can't go nearly as far. It's basically designed as like your engage tool. It's not designed to deal damage. Left crunch and right crunch are more your damage bases. Right crunch is, again, more lockdown. Left crunch is your real damage. But Recrunch has had a major change. The power scaling for his healing has been increased from 25% to 70%. So, he will now heal even more than he did before, which I think does help him out a lot in some of his matchups. Decker, general stat changes. Photon Disruptor, nowadays it's targeting location upon spawning beams. So basically, I think like if you move slightly, it updates the targeting on it. I think I don't know exactly what that really means, but the damage has been decreased early game, higher late game. The cooldown has also been decreased in early game, so you use it more often. Stasis Bomb, there's been some changes. Projectile, it comes out a little slower. It'll travel a little bit farther if you arc it. The overlap decreased by 30%. So basically, you have to hit Stasis Bomb. You have to be a bit closer to you actually have to aim it even closer to an enemy in order to get the damage, more or less. Like, you can't just aim it to hit right beside an enemy and still be able to get the stun. You actually have to be closer to the enemy. Damage has been decreased early game, increased late game. The stun duration has been increased. Its minimum, its maximum stun duration. Now scales up. Based on distance. Cooldown has been decreased at all ranks, and mana cost scales. Ion Strike damage has been decreased at all ranks. The scaling has gone up, so you'll get a little bit more damage from your scaling. The stun duration is also, the slow and stun duration has been increased, and the cooldown has been decreased. So, some decent changes here. Drongo has some changes. General stat stuff, we don't really need to pay attention to those, because, you know, it's pretty much the same. A lot. Wastelander, it can no longer be cleansed. It can no longer be cleansed. So you can't just, like, cleanse it. Let's see. Apply a bleed to enemies. Okay. It now deals damage when applied. So so you get 4 ticks of damage instead of 3. But you get a tick the moment the effect is applied. So on a critical hit, or when a target is affected by your ability, they automatically get that 1 tick of Wastelander. And then you get the remaining 3 for the rest of the duration. It's still 3 seconds, but it's now 0.5, 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. Because because it applies immediately on the initial hit. Guy Grenade got a little bit of an animation change. You actually see the grenade. The grenade actually spins in the air. You actually see it. Locking window. The projectile speed is lower. The projectile gravity is lower, so it can travel further. The radius is bigger. That blocking window, I'm not sure what that's about. I'm still trying to figure it out. The silence has been changed. Silence volume changed to silence on impact. So basically, you don't have to stand in. Basically, the moment it impacts, it applies that scaling silence. Versus them just standing in it. It applies a Wastelander stack at stacks of Wastelander at every 0.3 interval instead of every 0.5 interval. So you get you can potentially get 10 you can get 10 stacks of Wastelander on a target if they stand within the full duration of it. Base damage has been decreased, the cooldown has been decreased, and the cost also has been decreased, so you can use it a little bit more often. But it deals less damage. Rad rounds, again, no longer cleansable. Applies a stack of Wastelander per every additional irradiate stack on explosion. So basically, if you hit an enemy with for all your basic attacks during that during the timer, during that 4.5 second interval, they gain a stack of Wastelander per that irradiate. So if you manage to hit them 5 times, they get 5 Wastelander stacks. So that's 10% of their max HP over the course of the 3 seconds. At least for the Wastelander effect. And again, it applies on the actual explosion effect. Now keep in mind, if you crit, you also get those extra stacks as well. The cooldown now starts at the end of the ability instead of at the start when you trigger it. So cooldown is adjusted. So the cooldown is it doesn't go on cooldown until after the ability finishes. Or at least after the 4.5 seconds. Base damage is down. But the scaling is up, so you will deal more damage to this. The additional shot base damage is increased early, but less at the late. The duration has been increased to 4.5. The cooldown has been decreased, and the cost also has been changed, so instead of it scaling up, it scales down. So you can use it more. Old Rusty, Blink Proxy, obviously. The block window, again, I'm not sure about that. The cast frame change, again, not sure about that. But you have to overlap radius decrease. So you have to be a bit more accurate with the ability for it to hit. Base damage is down, the scaling is down, the slow is increased. So basically, they want to make sure that that your damage is more on rad rounds, which is Drongo kind of circles around versus the remainder of his kit. Or versus Old Rusty and Gag Grenade. Like, they want Wastelander and Rad Rounds to be your biggest sources of damage. Cooldown increased, and cost has been decreased to 60 flat. Shrapnel Cannon now has a change. When you're on the ground, it knocks enemies back when you're on the ground. But you have to be in order to so it still pushes enemies back, but you no longer get knocked back when on the ground. In the air, you get knocked back. That's when you get the knockback. Base damage is down, the scaling is down, the armor shred is up though, and the cooldown has been increased. So again, they want you to use Drongo mainly to focus Drongo around Wastelander and Rad Rounds. You still want to build like nuclear rounds with him, but it's still a primary focus on Rad Rounds and Wastelander.
I am ready.
Feng Mao, his passive got a change. You now has been reworked. When you get a takedown, you gain a stack of your passive, and it's on unique hero takedown. So you get your first kill, you get a stack of your passive. You gain 5% bonus physical power permanently. At 3 stacks you gain 15. At 3 stacks you gain 10. At 5 stacks you gain 20. And again, these are on unique hero kills, so you can't just like farm one person for your stacks anymore. Let's see. Safeguard. It no longer provides a shield, which is good. But instead of a shield, it gives you a spell shield. So you get an immunity to an ability. And now it passively grants you physical power and move speed. So you can move around. Again, it's putting him more into that assassin playstyle that he's been initially really designed for. Oh. And when you block, and if he blocks an ability, the passive stat increase he gains are doubled for the 5 seconds. So, again, more moving him into that assassin rather than bruiser, because he then has to worry about damage versus abilities. So he can block an ability, but he has to be worried about damage itself. So he's not going to be able to sustain... He's not going to be able to really fight a lot of the heavy bruisers in, like, an auto-attack war, because he can no longer really has that block effect. That shield block. Hamstring. Now, deals damage over 2 instances. The damage is decreased if he hits only one target, but they still take the 2 hits, so you get a larger increase in damage for a single person. But the scaling has also gone down. So again, it's playing more into that assassin kind of... It's playing more into the assassin thing. You get more... It's more like reliance on the base damage of your abilities, and relying on the item, on like getting that flat pen. Reaping Dash, it resets on takedowns. It also deals damage equal to 8% of the target's current HP. In addition to its base damage and its scaling. the cost scales up now, and cooldown goes down. Now, his ult. You can blink while casting. You can now use Smart Cast, or, with it, so it can come out quicker. It still goes on... It now goes on cooldown on cast instead of when dealing damage. So basically, the moment you use it, it goes on cooldown. The width has been decreased, so it's... So, you have to be a bit more precise, and the scaling has gone down on it. But you can get that, but it still has that execute effect. So, Reaping... So again, it's more focusing on getting that Reaping Dash reset and the Earth Shatter reset. But a lot of his stuff is, again, designed to hit more into that assassin playstyle, rather than a bruiser. Gadget got some big changes, too.
Buckle up.
Her passive is now Field Data Accumulation. She gets a stack that permanently grants 1 magic power every 5 stacks. When you kill an enemy minion or monster, you gain 1 stack. Damaging an enemy a hero with an ability grants you 3 stacks, but it's per ability, mind you. So basically, you can't just like hit a person with Sticky Mine, and then hit them with Sticky Mine again, and be able to get that 3 stacks, and be able to get those 3 stacks. Like, you have to alternate abilities in order to on enemy heroes to get those extra stacks. And then takedowns grant 20 stacks. Now, there is no cap on her stacking. So she can grant her, so she can give herself a shit ton of magic power over the course of the game. So that means that she is basically on a timer. If you are facing a gadget, you have a timer, more or less. They still had the animation in the tooltip as a shield. I don't know why. So, Sticky Mine got a change. The radius for attachment is now separate from the overlap radius has been increased from 40 to 75. So you can be a little less accurate with it, and you'll be able to get it. But it now has a smaller 240 radius attachment for instead of it just being within the radius of the explosion where it attaches. So it's a little bit more forgiving to get that attachment, but it still has but it has to be closer, but the enemies you have to be a little bit closer in order to get it. If you hit an enemy with a basic attack, Sticky Mine does more damage and has higher scaling. So it's definitely something where if you're in a 1v1 and you are both close enough and you are in that basic attack distance, and you get that and you hit a Sticky Mine on them, and you need to hit a basic attack on them because it will deal more damage. Security Gate got a change. It now travels forward 1,750 units over 1.2 seconds. So it travels forward before coming to a stop. But the width itself has been decreased, and the height has also been decreased, so it's closer to the ground, and it's a tighter window. But it now deals damage to minions, monsters, and deployables. So you can, So you can use it to help farm a minion wave. You can use it to help damage minion waves. The decaying movement speed, however, refreshes when you pass through it. Again. So instead of having it set down and getting that burst of movement speed that you get, it decays, but if you are following along with it closely behind, you can refresh it pretty quickly. And the decay and the movement speed magnitude has been gone up from 30% to 60%, so you can follow it pretty quickly. But the duration is less. The base damage has been decreased, and the scaling has decreased, but the root duration has been increased to 1.5 seconds. So, it doesn't deal nearly as much damage, but it can help it can help you with wave clear. Seek and Destroy. It now follows enemies. It now follows the nearest enemy hero for its duration, or for a period of time. It can be reactivated to, stop at its place. But upon stopping, it will follow the nearest enemy hero beneath it. Deal damage, and, slow. It does the same thing, except for now it really just follows enemies. But, if you basically can't use it to help your wave clear anymore as much. You have to basically aim it down into the minion wave and make sure that it does not hit an enemy hero, otherwise they can pull it away. But they'll still take damage. And Tesla Dome got to change. Its initial radius is down from 750 to 500, but it increases by 60% over 2 seconds, so it gets bigger. The slow has also been increased by 50% to 50% as well. So basically, it gets bigger than it was before. But it just starts out smaller. And you can affect enemies more for longer, so they can't get away for nearly as quickly. But that's Gadget. Gideon's got some changes.
Peace and quiet.
Instead of dealing, it now, instead of, burden, so his passive, has gotten a change. Still does the same thing, empowering, enemies, dealing damage to it with an ability still gives you that empowered auto. The range has been decreased, though, so you can't go far, so you, have to be closer to them. It no longer slows, but it instead roots for a 1 second duration. The duration is less. The damage period, however, has been 0.5 been decreased to 0.5 instead of 1 second. So, you have a little bit more regular intervals. The damage has been increased, but the scaling is decreased. So, the damage period has been decreased to 0.5 from 1 second to 0.5. So you get more ticks of damage. But anyway. Cosmic Rift. Cosmic Rift now, passes through targets. So, basically if you're hitting a target that's in the air, like a Skylar or something like that, it doesn't stop the ability. It now goes through her to hit everything. The hitbox has now been tightened up so it actually matches the targeting area. So you can stand beside the targeting area, and not be in it. And not be hit by the ability. It used to, if you could be standing beside the targeting area and not be inside it and still take damage from the ability. The range has been increased so he can hit it from further away. Which is a bit good because it is his biggest primary source of damage and a good source of poke. The base damage is down, but the scaling is up. The cost has been changed to scaling. The cooldown has also been decreased at, slightly higher at the late game, but it's about the same. Torrent Space has been changed. The distance is now 150 units less, so he doesn't go nearly as far. But the cooldown has been decreased, and the cost has been scaling upward. So he can use it a little bit more often in the early game, which honestly they really shouldn't. shouldn't have done the cooldown change, because, you know. Void Breach, Blink Proxy, ranged has been slightly increased, not by much. The explosion radius has also been increased, so you can hit enemies a bit further away. Base damage has gone down, but the scaling is up. The slow is down, but the slow duration is up. The cooldown has been decreased, and the cost has been increased as well. Now, Black Hole is one of his biggest changes. The area, it can no longer be cleansed, which, damn it, that sucks. But the area is significantly shorter. It's down from 1,000 units to 750, so it's significantly shorter. But the pull strength is 20% stronger. Let's see. So enemies are going to be pulled into the center they're going to have to deal with the stronger pulls, so it keeps them in further. You can act again after 2.75 seconds. So you can basically cancel your ult a little bit early. But the base damage has also gone up. But, you know, you cancel your ult early, but you can act earlier as well. Greystone's gotten a change, which I'm actually kind of happy about it. It's passive. The deflect part is there. But instead of him granting, getting, like, a tiny bit of extra physical power, which really screwed him, which, let's be honest, it wasn't that good. He will regenerate 0.2% of his max HP per second and gains 4 + 1 per level physical armor. And then these values are increased by 1% per missing health. The regeneration is doubled while below 50% max HP. So below half health, his regeneration is doubled. Basically, he now has sustain in lane, and he doesn't have to necessarily build it on items. Make Way has gotten a little bit of a change. It no longer has its duration extended. But the base damage has gone down early game, but is up late game. The scaling has also gone up from 110 to 120. But instead of increasing his the duration of the scaling, we're almost halfway through the stream and I haven't even gotten a chance to do a lot. So I may have to make tomorrow another Predecessor stream so we can go through this, because this was a big patch. I may actually just continue past 9 o'clock. I may go later for today, just because of all the things that we need to get through. But it now has a 4% physical armor shred per hit. So, you can get up to 32% armor shred, for 5 seconds. Massive change. Again, I may have to, let me check something, because I do need to check something. Okay. Okay, so Greystone's Make Way does not proc Mutilator. Okay, so that was a big mistake on my end. But that was something that, you know, I get it makes sense for balance-wise, but it's something they really need to, like, have... They really need to have on the ability, applies only on hit effects once. Like, they need to make that kind of clear. But anyway, that's the change to Make Way. Sacred Oath has now been changed a bit. It increases attack range by 75 units for the next attack. It's basically like a Spellblade effect. It's an enhanced auto. The animation has been updated. You can only get one attack out of this though. But you get 100% cleave out of it. It only gains bonus physical power scaling instead of total power scaling. But they added 2% max health scaling on it. The slow has been increased to a scaling 18 to 26%. And the cooldown has also been decreased. So this is like something you want to weave in to like help stick on enemies. But the animation has also been changed, but so there's that. Assault the gates, minimum leap duration has been decreased. The maximum leap duration has also been increased. The actual damage radius has been increased, so he can hit a bit further out, and he can hit, and he can go a bit farther. And he gains movement speed. He gains 30% decaying movement speed on damaging an enemy hero. So, Assault the Gates and Sacred Oath are basically helping Greystone stick onto a target. Greystone's ult, Stoneforge Soul. The statue no longer has unit collision, so you can basically just run through the damn thing. It can be cast in the air, but now it automatically removes anti-heal before any healing. So basically, he is cleansed from anti-heal. The heal restoration has been decreased from 14 to 8, scaling up to 18%, to 10, scaling up to 14%. And the missing health multiplier, or the healing multiplier, has been decreased from 300 to 250. So, but the damage scaling has gone up to 200. So it deals more damage, but heals for less. Like, keep in mind, you also got Stoicism running at the same time. So, but the cooldown is also decreased, so you can use it a bit more often. Now, Grimmix has also gotten a bit of a change as well.
Combat mode.
Nothing on his passive. It's still the same. But, Displacement Blast. Displacement Blast now has a 0.4 second blocking window, so that's like an animation. That's like sort of like an animation lockout time, I think. I think that's what it is. But the projectile speed moves slower. But gravity affects it less, so you can lob it further distance. And overlap has been decreased from 10 to 1, so basically you have to be more on point. You have to be more on point with it. But the explosion radius is also been increased as well. So, you basically have to get a direct shot onto the enemy hitbox before you can deal damage, so it's not like you can, like, be slightly off and, slightly off the hitbox and still be able to hit them. There's less of an overlap, so you have to have more accuracy with it. But the assault mode explosion radius is bigger. Base damage is down, but the physical power scaling is up, so you get more scaling out of it. Cooldown is set to 12 seconds flat. So if you want it up, you have to want it up a bit more often. You have to invest in like some haste. But mana costs are severely decreased, so you can use it more frequently and more frequently. The biggest change though is assault mode. In Sentry mode, your attacks restore 8 mana. Just flat, period. No scaling, no nothing. But you gain. They must have changed. You gain 6, scaling up to 18% attack speed for 2.5 seconds when landing basic attacks in Sentry mode, stacking up to fall 4 times, and they fall off individually. So every 2 point... So if you got 4 stacks, just at level 1, you get 24% attack speed. That's a fair amount in the early game. At every 2.5 seconds, you are losing only 1 stack. So, after 2.5 seconds of not hitting something, you now have 18. But that's 2.5 seconds. And this isn't on heroes. This is just hitting those basic attacks. And keep in mind, you get that it scales up to 18%. So let's see. You get 72% attack speed at the max rank. Like, he is going to be a monster. And then assault cannon, the cost has been increased. The assault mode, like the active assault mode, the mana has gone up, so instead of 20 mana per attack, it's now 30 mana. But you still get the bonus on hit damage, but as the ability ranks up, you get cleave. You get 20% cleave on at rank 1. So your auto attacks deal 20% damage to enemies nearby. Scaling up to 100% cleave. So that means at max rank, this ability you will deal 100% damage of your assault mode's damage. Or of your basic attack damage. So so your basic attack damage plus the on-hit damage. 100% of all of that. Oh, wait a minute, no. 100% of your basic attack damage to all enemies nearby the target. It is 100% cleave at max rank. And the attack range is also and when it's active, your attack range is increased as well. So you can clear waves very quickly. You don't have to rely on Displacement Blast nearly as much for wave clear when you max out assault mode. Like, it's still going to be, you're going to want to use these two intermittently to for wave clear, because you'll run out of MP mana pretty quickly with assault mode. But they can help you clear waves pretty quickly. But it can help you clear waves relatively quickly. So, regardless of which one, like if you use assault mode to clear waves and you use sentry mode to fight enemy heroes, you are still going to be benefiting from a lot, regardless of which way you go. Energy shield, you know, they increase the shield duration to 1.5%, 1.5 seconds instead of 1.25. So a little bit increased, so it's a little bit longer. And the cooldown has been increased at all ranks, so you still need to invest in haste if you want that up often. GTFO, damage is up. Damage is up, scaling is up, and it's set to a 90 second flat use. So if you want it up a little bit more often, you want to invest in some haste. So, but yeah, that's Grimmix. So he got some decent changes. Grux, another big change. Another big change. The Omnivamp on Bloodlust is removed, but his basic attacks just now apply the bleed. And so the base damage has gone up from 6 scaling up to 48.5 per stack to 8 scaling up to 42% per stack. So you get less damage in the late game, but it also has the scaling has all gone up from 8 to 25%. So you get more damage out of it. So, but you no longer have to have your passive fully stacked on enemy heroes to get that Omnivamp. Smash and grab has been changed. You can now hold it to increase the distance. That's pretty much it. Damage has gone down because of this, but the scaling is up. The stun duration is also up. The cost has been set to 60 flat, and the cooldown has been increased as well. But you can basically pull enemies from further away. Crush, Blink Proxy, it now deals damage to all units that you pass through. It does not collide upon reaching enemy heroes, but instead stops shortly after damaging them. So basically, you still get that collision and knockup, but you stop your dash after you damage them. So it doesn't stop your dash early. You still get that you still get the dash, but it no longer stuns, but it knocks up, which it always knocked up. I don't know why. But the knock-up height is decreased, but it only just knocks up. It doesn't stun targets anymore. The range has been increased by 40%, so you can dash further. The base damage is up in the early, but down in the late. The scaling is 100%. The cooldown is also slightly higher in the later game, but not much. And the base cost is 50, and its cost has been changed to 50. Flat. Down from 60. Now, Double Pain. Double Pain has been changed. The damage itself is fine. You cleaves on enemies in front of him, for damage. It's just now scaling damage from just the... So it's just that scaling damage. It used to... If I remember correctly, it just used to be, but basically, it's scaling damage. But now, in addition to applying on-hit effects twice, it now restores 3 scaling up to 5% maximum health, plus 18% missing health when damaging a hero or monster. So, basically, Shinbis, beware. Shinbi needs to be more careful when dealing with Gruxes, because he can just hold his double pain and use that to restore his HP. And again, it's 18% of his missing health plus that max health as well. And the scaling also increases over time, and the cost scales up as well. Wait a minute. Now Warlord's Challenge. The attack speed, the duration has been shifted. The duration hasn't been touched, but the attack speed growth has increased from 25 scaling up to 65 to 40 scaling up to 100%. So he gets a lot more attack speed now with his ult. And attacks against enemy heroes repeatedly steal 3 scaling up to 5 physical power on hit. So basically, if you deal physical damage against Grux and he is hitting you, you will deal less damage to him because he will steal your physical power. And he will increase the damage he deals. The cooldown has been increased in the mid and late game. But that's Grux. So he's actually probably a bit better than what he used to be. Howitzer, Armed Salva passive, the damage has been decreased a bit, so you can't nearly deal as much as the base damage, but the scaling has been increased. But the minion restoration is up to 20%, so you get more mana back. But The hero damage has been increased from 50 to 75%, so you get even more mana back against when hitting heroes. Now, the big changes. R2000 missile. Blink proxy, but the overlap radius has decreased, so you have to be a little bit more accurate with your shots. The explosion radius has been increased though, so if you miss an enemy but they're at max distance, they can still get caught in the explosion. The range has been increased from 1,950 to 2,000, so not a big increase, so it's slightly. Projectile speed is a little bit slower, so it can allow people to move a little bit. But not by a massive amount. Need to change this, that. Okay, there we go. Base damage has been decreased at all ranks, but the scaling has gone up, so you can get a little bit more damage out of it, but not a massive amount. It's designed mainly for poke, and you have to invest more into flat pen to get it to deal bigger hits of damage. But if you get a direct impact on an enemy, on something, not an explosion radius, but a direct hit, you deal 40 scaling up to 140 plus 40% magic power bonus damage to the primary target on direct hit. So if you hit, so that's going to be, so it's going to be 70 plus 40 at rank 1. And that's additional damage. And again, like, plus the scaling stuff. But if you get a direct hit, you get even more damage. And that's one of the things that they changed to make sure Howitzer, A, gets rewarded for direct hits, but B, gets a little counterplay. You still take a lot of damage. You can still take a fair amount of damage from the explosions by not being the direct hit target. But you get even more damage when you get hit with a direct hit. And the cooldown is decreased, so you can use it a little bit more often, but cost has remained the same. Landmine, the knockback distance has been decreased. The gravity has been decreased, so you can send it out a little bit farther. Base damage is decreased. The cooldown is decreased, so you can use it a little bit more often to help you escape. And the cost has been set to scaling instead of 80 flat. Slow grenades, trigger collision, is a little bit further away, so you can, so people will take damage a little bit further out from the trigger part. The initial damage is decreased early game, increased late game. The initial scaling is up. Additional damage is increased at all ranks, and the scaling for additional damage is also up. The slow duration is also up, has also been increased. The cost has also been increased, so you can use it a little bit. You can use it, it'll deal more damage, but it'll cost you more damage to deal. And Make It Rain, and finally his ult, Make It Rain, has been changed. The duration is now 3.25 seconds instead of 3.5, so he's in the air a little, and his ult duration is a little less. But now he fires 3 barrages of 8 missiles over 0.52 seconds, with 0.52 second gaps in between. Instead of 16 across the 1.6 duration. Projectile speed is faster. Explosion radius is smaller, so you had to be a little bit more accurate with your shots. You move 30% slower while flying, so you can't necessarily use it as a good escape tool. And the missile damage is down the damage per missile is down. So the total damage, base damage, is up because of you're now hitting 32 missiles. Or no, not 32 missiles. Let's see, hold on. 8, 16, 24. 24 missiles instead of 16. And the total scaling, the scaling per missile and the total scaling is also increased. So Archer's painted target. Oh, so they're homing missiles as well. So so as long as your reticle, your targeting reticle is sort of like a laser. So enemies that you have hit by that laser, the missiles will automatically go to them. It's not like it's just firing out. So that's how it's there. Alien Scorch has gotten a little bit of a change. Nothing on its passive, but Spew has a little bit of additional effect. We'll get to that. We'll get to that when we talk about his turrets. Badlands Critter passive is no longer cleansable. And the scaling has gone up from 2% to 3%, so it deals a little bit more damage. Now, Flame Turret has gotten some updates. There's now a new decal to indicate tower range. Objective overlap radius decreased from 100 to 50. I'm not sure. Oh, you basically can't, I'm trying to think what that... You can't, you can place them closer to turrets, basically. The turret range has also been increased, so they can hit a little bit further out. Base damage has gone down a lot in the early game, but slightly in the late game. But the scaling has gone up. So the damage scaling has gone up. The base health has gone... The max health has been increased. The 20 per level. So it's, so the max health is, it's at 324. It's now 460. The magic, power health scaling, or the health scaling for magic power, is also increased to 30%. Physical armor is also increased at max rank, and, magic armor is also increased at max rank. Cooldown has been set to 20 seconds flat, and the cost has been decreased to 25, so you don't run out of mana nearly as often throwing out your turrets. Now, but Spew. I don't think they may have not gone with this, but supposedly the patch notes, they may have changed it. But in the patch notes it says that that Spew, his passive, or his basic attack, gives turrets grants active turrets 50% attack speed. Now this could change. This could have changed. So turrets could potentially be hitting faster if you which on damaging heroes though with Spew. So basically if you hit an enemy hero, your turrets will attack them 50% faster. But Oil Spill, sometimes they did a couple of bug fixes. Oil Spill will now fully ignite, regardless of like terrain differences. And Oil Spill also had a weird issue where it wouldn't fully ignite when it was like if you had Molotov down and you threw Spew, or you threw Oil Spill through Molotov, it wouldn't fully ignite everything. Base damage is down in the early game, but up in the late game. Scaling is up. The slow has been increased. The cooldown has been decreased. And its cost has been set to 80 flat. Molotov got a kind of some changes. Blink proxy. is there, so you can blink and so you can blink while casting, and it'll go further. And it'll start from the new location. Gravity is less effective, so you can throw it a little bit farther. The fire radius has been increased a fair amount. Base damage has gone down. Scaling has gone down. The fire field damage, though, has gone up. And the scaling on the fire damage over 2.5 seconds has been increased to 50% instead of 18. Cost is lower in the early game, but higher in the late game, and the cooldown is higher in the early game, but lower in the late game. And with Inferno, nothing has really changed. I mean, they really should have changed. Let's see, hitting. Okay, never mind. Here it is with the interaction with turret. Hitting an enemy with spew redirects the turret to attack in range. They also gain 15% attack speed if the target is an enemy hero or when Iggy casts Inferno. Okay, so I knew it had to be in there. But Inferno, the only change was that Iggy gets the 50% attack speed upon activation, and he gets 20% movement speed now. Kalari got some big changes.
Your death is my mission. Nothing more.
Her passive is now Death Mark instead of just the jump. She still gets her 2 jumps. But based on a cooldown, you know. But dealing damage to an enemy, but it's now changed to dealing damage to an enemy target. Applies Death Mark and reveals them. Dealing 8% plus 3 per 100 bonus physical power. Other missing health as true damage after 3.5 seconds. So you get, Oh, they changed it. Oh, wait a minute, no, it's 15 plus 5 per level, and then the additional missing health as true damage. You can only have 1 Death Mark active at a time. And it cannot be applied to the same target for 12 seconds. So again, they're trying to put Kalari get Kalari into this assassin way, more of assassin existence. Shadow Walk now gives camouflage and decaying movement speed and 40% decaying movement speed while in the state nearby enemy heroes and wards reveal her. That didn't changes. Attacking ends camouflage instantly, again, doesn't change. But it's now a passive. But there's now a passive component. She now gets 2 plus it's flat 6 seconds across the board, but now she gains a passive 2 plus 175% of her flat pen value. Health regeneration when out of vision. She doesn't have to use the Shadow Walk ability. She just has to be out of vision, and she gains that passive regen. That's it. Period. Shadow Dance, it used to be the passive double jump. Or Shadow Dance is now used to be her old passive. They reworked it. She has a new animation. After a short duration, she may target an enemy to dash towards them, dealing damage. Deals twice damage if the target is affected by Death Mark. So you want to get Death Mark on a target and then use Shadow Dance to get more damage on them. But it's a lock-on, so she can lock onto a target and be able to get them. Crippling Dagger, not a lot of changes. Blink Proxy, the internal cooldown has been increased. basically she can't drag out her daggers nearly as quickly. Additional damage to monsters and minions has been increased from 110 to 130. Scaling has been decreased to 100%. Slow has been decreased. But the slow has been decreased, but the duration has been increased to 0.75 instead of 0.5. And then guillotine, blink proxy, deals more damage based off of deals up to 2.75 times damage based on the target's missing health. It's basically designed for execution. That's it. The base damage is lower and the scaling is also lower because again, you're relying more on that execute increase versus the basically it's something that you want to use the lower the target's HP is. That's pretty much it. Again, they're trying to put her into more of that assassin role. Chimera got some changes. Spirit regen has goes up in the later stages of the game. Instead of 0.5, it's now 8 at some point in time. Bonus movement speed is now 10% instead of 12%. That's it. Unleash got a bit of change. The base damage has been removed, so it's now total power scaling. It's now just 55 scaling up to 75% total power scaling. So each attack will deal at max rank 75% of your total power. Your total physical power. So it'll deal less damage than your basic attacks, but again, you're getting that fast speed. It applies on hit effects at 75%, cleaves nearby enemies for 75% damage. The cost has also been decreased, so you can use it a bit more often. Or, the cost has been decreased, yeah. Cost is decreased and the cooldown is decreased, so you can use it more often. Invigorate has gotten a little bit of a change. The health scaling has been decreased at all ranks. So it doesn't heal him nearly as much, but the health regen scaling has gone up to from 150 to 250. So if you're at max stacks of a spirit regen, you're going to heal significantly more than you used to. And the cost is down from that one, so it's not nearly as burden. Ambush, the scaling has gone up to 100%. The range has also gone up a little bit further, so he can go a little bit farther. Cooldown has been set to 9 flat, and the cost has also been set to 50 flat. Call, the damage has been decreased in the early game, but increased in the mid and late game. The base scale power, the base power scaling is up from 110 to 120, so you get more damage over time. More damage. The damage over time hit is decreased, but in the early game, but higher in the late game. And the scaling is up as well. So that's where that 200 comes from. The 200 is the 120% base scaling and the 80% damage over time scaling. And the cooldown has been decreased in the early game. Hero's got some changes as well. For passive, no longer cleansable, Vengeance. But it now grants her a new effect called Umbra, wherein she reaches max stacks. And while she's under the effect of Umbra, she has the state of for 3.5 seconds. Her basic attacks now for that duration will automatically apply max stacks of vengeance. And her abilities get an enhancement. So she can basically, once she gets but this is against an enemy hero though. So she has to get an enemy hero to max stacks before she can get that Umbra state. Dusk, base damage has been decreased. The damage per stack, however, has been increased, so she gets more out of, wait a minute, hold on. No, they actually, according to this, they actually decreased it. Oh, they got some weird numbers there. But the, I don't know. There's some weird numbers here. They accidentally probably put something different. But the stack scaling has been increased from 27.5 to 30%, so a little bit more damage. The slow duration has been decreased, and the cost has been set to 70 flat. The cooldown has been increased. That's what it was. The cooldown has been increased. But so far nothing about, but then again, Dusk doesn't affect Umbra. Shadow Glide, the distance has been decreased, so you can't go nearly as far. But Umbra grants you 240 additional range. So you go farther as so long as you're under the effect of Umbra. Cooldown has been increased at all ranks, and you got scaling. You got decreased scaling. So, Shadow Glide, you definitely want to have, like, you definitely want to get Umbra up as much as possible. And again, with her cooldowns being the way they are, you want to make sure you have, haste with her. Mercy. Link Proxy. The bonus damage to minions has now been removed. The 50% cooldown reduction has also been removed. But when Kira has Umbra, the cooldown is reduced by 50%. So so that's where that cooldown reduction got transferred to. Let's see. So when Kira gains Umbra, apparently, they may have just removed that because, it's just 50%. Base damage has gone up. The scaling has gone up in the late game. But it still has the, and the cost has been changed to flat 45. It still applies lifesteal and on-hit effects. Purge, it no longer triggers on-hit effects. It deals damage over 3 seconds instead of 2.5. Self-slow is a little bit higher. Or it deals damage over 2.5 for 5 seconds instead of 3 seconds, so it's a little bit faster. The self-slow is a little bit higher. You can't... you can't necessarily... Like, you're slower. Damage per tick is decreased. And base damage is decreased, but the power scaling per tick is increased. And so you're dealing more damage in the late... So you'll deal more damage in the later stages of the game. And the cooldown is also up. Quang.
Time to focus.
Quang's got some changes. His passive, Strike of the Heavens, now gives him 60% attack speed for the enhanced basic attack. Base damage is decreased. The base damage is decreased. The cooldown he gets from Strike of the Heavens passive effect is reduced to 0.5 seconds instead of 1 second. So it'll take longer. It'll take more procs to bring his abilities up. But it works on monsters now, so you can get his abilities up a little bit more quickly when damaging monsters. Judgment of the Heavens. The target pull. The sword now pulls targets to the ground. So any flying enemies that are up in the air that get hit by this, they now get pulled to the ground. The radius is a bit larger. The tether distance is also a bit larger. Is a bit larger as well. So, so the area that you can be tethered from is larger, and the tether is also farther. The sword fall time has been increased, so you can move a little bit. The range is also farther out. The damage is less in the early game, but higher in the late game. The scaling has been increased to 50%. Cooldown is less in the early game, and the cost is less in the end. Cost is less. Been decreased. Surge of the Heavens. You can blink. The knock-up radius is increased by 25%, so it's so you can knock up enemies that are a bit farther away. Dashing distant, the knock-up duration, however, is less though. Dash range has been increased by 50 units, so it's a little bit farther. Base damage is down to compensate. Scaling is up. Cooldown is up, and the cost is decreased. Light of the Heavens. Again, proxy. Fixed an issue where the description would be true damage was displayed as decimal value. Don't ask me why. But the AoE when the sword is in the world has been increased, so you can hit enemies a little bit farther away. The in hand, so when the sword is in his hands, the scaling is increased to 50%. And when the sword is deployed, the scaling is increased to 55%. The base damage has gone down. The true damage also has gone down, so that'll help deal with that. The base shield, however, has gone up, so he gets more of a shield, of a base shield. The MP scaling, the magic power scaling has been decreased from 60 to 45%, so so the shield's base damage is higher, its base value is higher, but he's not able to get much larger of a shield off of that, so it helps off of magic power, so it enables him to be a little bit more squishier. The shield duration is also less. The cooldown is decreased, but the cost has been set to scaling. And his ult just has a blink proxy. That's pretty much it.
Let this be.
Bellica got some changes now. Got some big changes. Her basic attack, SMG, now fires 3 rounds. So her basic attack hits 3 times. Instead of just once. Each hit deals 22 plus 75% physical, plus 75% bonus power as physical damage. So, and each bullet applies on hit effects at 40% effectiveness. So basically, she gets 66 damage for total hits, plus 120% on hit damage, more or less, when you add everything up together. So she actually deals more damage, more damage on hit than she did before. Her damage is so she actually can build prophecy and function a bit better. Innovation got some change. Instead of getting 10% increased mana, when she maxes out an ability, she gains 10 additional haste. So she can use her abilities. She's gonna be able to use. She's gonna 10% ability haste. So she's gonna be able to use her abilities more often. Seismic Assault has changed. The camera blocking window has been decreased, so more or less you can see a bit further away, I think. But instead of it traveling, it now explodes in a full AoE after half a second duration. Basically it allows for people to close to an enemy to be able to move away better, and close to her to be able to move away better, but it also makes it harder for enemies further away to get away. So it balances this out. Base damage is down in the late stages of the game. Well, really after rank 1. But the stun duration, but the innovation stun duration has also been increased. Both base and knockup and stun duration has been slightly increased. But the innovation, it's been an extra 0.05 seconds. Not a massive amount. Big changes to Void Drone. It can now take damage from enemy abilities. Hero attacks deal 2 damage instead of just 1. Single target abilities deal 4 damage. AoE abilities deal 3 damage. Damage over time effects abilities deal 1 damage. Minions and monsters can now damage the drone. And deal 1 damage. Towers deal 8 damage. But there are some changes that are made to the drone. The drone still drains current mana. But when Bellica damages an enemy with an ability, or they cast an ability, the drone now will attack. So when Bellica hits an enemy with an ability, her drone will now deal damage and be able to get that 2% of the target's maximum mana. And the drone's health has been increased from 4 to 10, so it has more health. It still stays, and the duration has gone up to 8 seconds, so it stays around a little bit, or to 10 seconds, so it stays around a little bit longer. But there are more sources of damage it can take. It's also a little bit tankier. When you max the ability, the mana drain goes up to 6% of the max mana. And the mana drain has been AoE current mana drain has been decreased. That's an increase. It's an increase. So Void Drone has a bit more to it now. It can actually do stuff. Preferably it would be nice if it was like additional on-hit magic damage, like it was passive and active effect. Passively, the Void Drone is just there and it just attacks your target to deal bonus magic damage, but it's fine. Void Bomb detonates is the base of it. The base damage is decreased, and the scaling is decreased. The cooldown is now scaling. But when you upgrade it at maximum, it now creates an echo. After a short delay, it basically gets a second detonation. After a short delay, so you can deal more damage. And you actually get more damage out of it if you hit both shots. Neurodisruptor has now gotten a big change. Now commits on animation start rather than the shot fired. So basically, when the animation starts, it pretty much goes through. It's now a piercing skill shot instead of a lock on target. So it now goes through enemies. So you You have to be a little bit... And it's a skill shot, so you can miss it. It silences enemies for 0.5 seconds. Max upgrade. Increased from range. The max upgrade is, the innovation upgrade. Instead of it being, increased range, when you kill a target, it resets. It resets the cooldown, so you can use it again and again. The damage has been... The base damage has been increased in the early game, but decreased in the late game. But the scaling has gone up to 75%, or to 70%. And the mana... And the mana per damage has been decreased a little, but its range has also been increased. So you deal less damage to enemies based off of their missing mana, but you deal more damage based off the scaling, and you can hit farther away. So Belica's gotten some decent changes.
You ready?
Now Morgesh, she's gotten a big shift in her kit. Her passive is no longer cleansable. It can now stack up to 3 times. So you can hit enemies, so when you hit enemies with your abilities, you can stack your passive up to 3 times. And instead of 4%, you, let's see, hold on. Five times 3. No. 5 times 3. You now get, instead of 4% of the target's max HP per tick, it's now 4.5%. Or, instead of 0.4% of the target's max HP per tick, it's now, 0.45. And it's every 0.5 seconds. So, over 3 seconds, so that's, 0.45 times 6. You now get a total of, 2.7% max HP at max stacks. For, versus the, or wait a minute, no, yeah, that's 2.5%. Versus, versus the 2.4. Like, it's a small shift that keeps it about the same. You get an additional 0.05 for, every 75 magic power. And it deals 50% damage to monsters. Subsequent abilities against the target affected by pestilence will spread the effect to nearby enemy targets. But her basic attack will refresh the duration. So, she, basically, if you're in a 1v1, and you hit enemy, and you got 3 stacks of your, passive on the target, as long as you're hitting auto attacks, in between using your abilities, you are now, her basic attack rate, you are now able to basically keep her passive up indefinitely. So, and keep in mind, I think her passive... Does her passive... Hold on. I need to check this as well. Oh wow, it doesn't really tell me anything. It should keep Megacosm cooking as well. So, there's that. So they basically gave Morgish an incredibly good, incredibly good, changes with her passive. Hive, its blink proxy, the projectile speed is slower, so enemies have a better chance of being able to move out of the way. But it has less gravity effect, so basically you're able to, more or less, it's able to travel farther if you arc it. It now slows the target automatically. It slows targets that are hit automatically. So, for 50% decaying over 3 seconds. So, it no longer has that interaction with her, Mark. Base damage is down in order to compensate for that. But the cooldown has also been increased in the early stages. Swarm's got some changes as well. Instead of 20% movement speed, it's now 50% decaying movement speed. And she now has 20% damage reduction for during the duration. The bonus healing on a marked target is removed. But she heals for 0.4% of pre-mitigated damage dealt. And the healing is reduced by 80% against minions. So she still has that healing effect of it, but it's significantly different and less from it was previously. But it resets upon hitting enemy heroes. Now, I think it means you can also pass through enemies and still be able to get that additional damage. I don't think so. But that's, the changes they made to Swarm. Mark got some changes as well. Mark can now target minions and monsters and deployables. So she can use it to damage minions. But the Mark target would obviously be the last hero that she marks. The base damage is down, but the scaling has gone up. But the cooldown has also been increased in the early game, and it's set to a flat 40. But they added another effect. Damaging enemy targets with Mark. Wait a minute, hold on. Oh, they changed it. Because in the patch notes, it's just damaging. It's just dealing damage with the ability. Damaging enemy heroes with a mark. Absorb part of their soul, restoring 10, scaling up to 50, plus 60% scaling health. So basically, she has a way of she basically has a form of self-sustain against enemies. As long as she's had the mark. So, like, in long fights where she's dealing with, like, a bruiser, she has a bit more sustain against them. Morin just got some basic stat changes, and he didn't really get changed. With him being so new, it makes sense that he wasn't gonna get changed anyway. Murdoch they changed. Passively, the cooldown has been removed. But now every 6 basic attacks will if you play League of Legends, he basically got Caitlyn's passive from League. Every 5 successful basic attacks will cause Murdoch's next basic attack to have 400 increased range and deals 25, scaling up to 70% bonus damage. Basically, again, Caitlyn's passive. It's like Caitlyn's headshot passive. That's it. Static trap. Projectile speed is higher, so it goes out much faster. Activation time is also decreased. The max range has increased, so you can set it out further. The trap duration is decreased to 40 seconds instead of 60. Scaling has been decreased from 100 to 80. The damage has also been decreased in the later stages of the game. Basically, it's designed to help keep enemies from running away or to help set defensively. Like, it's basically... Murdoch, they're basically turning into Caitlyn, more or less. It's not a it's not a copy, but the intended use of the traps are to help stop enemies from getting away or help stop them from getting closer to you. You don't get any enhanced damage out of it. The number of traps that can be placed increases over time as well. The root duration is also increased slightly, but the immunity to root has also been increased. The cooldown has been increased as well, and the cost has been decreased. So that's a pretty decent change for that. Hot Pursuit is another big change that he got. The duration is now 3 seconds. He gets 35% decaying move speed instead of just 25% increased move speed. And during the duration, he gains 15, scaling up to 35% attack speed, stacking on reactivation up to 5 times. Okay, so they did change it. Okay. I guess the baseline of what they had it initially was just way too much. So basically, you have to get a takedown in order to reset the cooldown to get that stacking. But you get extra attack speed. If you get a takedown, you can reactivate the ability, refresh the movement speed, and get more attack speed. The cooldown has been decreased to compensate for that. And the cost also has been changed to decrease instead of increase to compensate as well. Buckshot, instead of just knockback, it shreds armor based off of distance. 20% armor shred, up to 50. Oh wait a minute, no, that's damage. Has a 20% armor shred for 4 seconds. Okay, so the blast still pushes enemies back. But you can get armor shred. You can deal more damage. His ult... The wind-up time for the laser has been increased significantly. 6 times. So it takes him longer. But, angle has also been increased, so, I think, time to fire has been increased. The base damage, like, it's more accurate. It's more accurate, but but it takes longer to fire. That's pretty much it for Murdoch. Muriel, she got some changes for,
Call for me, and I will be there.
The base damage on her passive has gone up from 8 to 10, and the scaling has gone down from 12 to 10. Serenity, Blink Proxy, the scaling is decreased, the slow duration has increased. The cooldown decreased, the cost also decreased. That's it. Consecrated Ground, the base shield value is down. The scaling on the shield value is down. The cooldown, however, is decreased, so you can use it a bit more often. The cost, however... The cost early game is decreased, but remains the same at late game. Alacrity, Blink Proxy. Basically... There's a soft animation lock when you're targeting an allied hero. When targeting towards an allied hero, so you have to commit to the ability. You can't like cancel it, animation cancel it. The shielding scaling is down to 25%. The movement speed is increased to 40%. The attack speed scaling has been decreased to 8%. So you move faster, but you don't attack faster, or the shield isn't nearly as big. The cooldown has also been decreased in the late stages of the game, and it costs more mana. Reversal of Fortune. The base shield has been decreased. The shield scaling, however, has been increased. And the damage scaling is down. So her ult gives even more of a shield. Will give more of a shield on its scaling than its base damage.
Systems. Those aren't
Still got
enemies.
a while to go. But we still got through a lot of the heroes. Narbash got a change. Beat drop passive. Beat drop now grants 1.5% increased physical power per stack. And stacks up to 24 times. Stacks fall off individually after 10 seconds. At maximum stacks gain, like, basically, he's able to deal more damage with his basic attack. Oh, they changed some of his color scheming. He got a little bit of a... His drumsticks weren't like that before, and his drum was a little bit different. But yeah. March, Blink Proxy, it now has a, the cost has been increased from 50 to 60. I guess they went back on the they went back on the on giving the magic power scaling, because that seems a bit much. Song of My People, it now ticks 1% faster per ability, per one ability haste. So so basically, the healing effect that it gives will go faster the more haste you have. So you'll heal more often the more haste you have. Healing is now doubled for allies, so I'm guessing that also means healing is also sent to other effects. But the base healing is decreased to compensate for that. And the scaling is also decreased to compensate for that. The rhythm health per second has also been decreased in the early game, but increased in the late game to accompany these changes. Thunk. Rhythm no longer increases cooldown, but rhythm increases damage dealt. By 1.5% per stack. Base damage is down in the early game, up in the late game. The magic power scaling is up. It has a 90% ratio for physical power. I guess because they want to... Oh, I see. When playing support, Song of My People heals more than when you're playing solo. Because people have been taking Narbash into the solo lane. Cost has been reduced, and the cooldown has also been reduced at all ranks as well. Crash Bang Boom. The bonus damage per rhythm is removed, but the damage reduction is increased to 50%. So he takes 50% less damage while he's ulting. But that's it. Now, Phase, they gave a big, good quality of life change.
I don't think they can handle us.
Essence Catalyst, can now stack. Let's see. Or at least it should have. Yeah, because the nerf went through. The nerf went... The actual healing the base healing nerf and the scaling have went through. So yeah, I don't know why it doesn't say this effect does not stack. Maybe they accidentally forgot to do it. But instead of I think maybe it's I think it has more to do with I think that it's more of extending the duration rather than no, it stacks. No, it's supposed to stack. So but she also now gets a changed blink. It has a 60-second cooldown. But it costs 50 mana to use, and when you use it, her damage is increased by 15% for 3 seconds. So a bit of a change. Psychic Flare, proxy, blink proxy, reduces the cooldown of phase blink by 1 second upon damaging enemy heroes. So if she damages an enemy hero, her blink cooldown is reduced by 1 second. Base damage has been decreased. Scaling has been decreased, but the blind duration has been increased at all ranks. The radius is smaller, so she has to be a bit closer. And it has scaling mana costs now. Energy Lance can, again, blink proxy. The range has been decreased, which is a decent change for counterplay. Slow per stack has also been decreased. The root duration has been decreased as well. The cooldown has been increased early, but decreased late. And cost has been set to 70 flat. Telekinetic Link. Okay, so this is one of the biggest changes. Oh, my nose is itchy. So Telekinetic Link can no longer be broken when phase is affected by hard CC. But she can no longer pull allies when they are affected by hard CC. So basically, so basically, if you get hit with like a Decker stun, or like any sort of hard CC that would normally cancel phases, Telekinetic Link, it no longer cancels that link. But she can't pull allies away anymore to safety as easily. So, stuns, pulls, roots, stuns, pulls, and I don't know about roots. I think roots can't, allies are mobilized can't be pulled. Yeah, I think roots also fall into that. But the link itself turns yellow if she can't pull them due to terrain obstruction, and it turns red if her target is unable to be pulled due to CC. So there's indications that you can't pull them. And the pull has been the cooldown has been reduced to in the early game, but slightly higher in the late game. So that's phase. Rampage, bit of a changes for him. He no longer has any extra attack speed in the jungle. But now his max health regen has been changed to 0.25 to scaling up to 0.5 based off a level. The regen is now doubled in the jungle. But out of combat healing modifier has been removed. But on being immobilized, he gains 40. Well, they changed it to 60% tenacity. 60% tenacity for 4 seconds and restores 5% of his maximum health. Over 5% max health. Or bonus health. 5% health scaling. I'm not sure if it's max or bonus of his max health over that same 4 seconds. So basically, if he gets hard CC'd, he will start healing back a lot. And that's just on his passive. Boulder throw, blink proxy, the pickup speed has been increased so he can pick up boulders a bit faster. The slow is decreased so he moves a little bit faster. He uses he commits mana on picking up a rock, but refunds 50% of it. If he cancels it, manually canceling it. And there's an interaction with Pounce that he can now carry the boulder with him with Pounce and get the stun effect with that Pounce. And Behemoth and his Behemoth effect, the boulder gets thrown instantly. Rumble, blink proxy, but the health scaling is removed, but he gets a passive scaling 1.5% to 2.5% max health physical power as a passive effect. So basically, you can pair Aegis and Overlord with Rampage, and you will get a crap ton of extra physical power off of items. It's more or less build Rampage to be more tank. That's it. Pounce has a Pounce when using boulder. When Pounce, it causes a land, dealing its effects in the area, yada yada yada. But that's pretty much it. It's blink proxy. Behemoth, blink can be cast while blink. Can blink while casting. The duration has been set to 10 seconds flat. But the bonus health he gets has been increased at all ranks. And the regen has changed from passive multiplier to 1 or to 2, 3, 2, scaling up to 4% max health per second. So instead of basically getting a passive multiplier from regen, he just regenerates his regenerates percentage of his max health every second for that 10 seconds. But that's him. But that's Rampage.
This ain't gonna take long.
Revenant, I've heard people have had like weren't necessarily too happy with Revenant's changes. But the base physical power has now been increased. From 1.6 scaling up to 5% to 3 scaling up to 11%. Damage. Or the power increase. He gains... Crit scaling has been increased to 10%. So, he gains 1% for every 10%. So he gains basically, an additional, instead of it being an additional, wait, hold on. Because if it was 5% for crit strike chance. There's the sneeze that didn't come out earlier. Sorry about that. Alright, so, oh, I see. Never mind. My brain was working in, whole numbers, not percentages. You get more. So you gain, an additional 1% per 10% critical strike chance. So, you gain... So just off a crit strike chance, you gain 13% increased physical power. And they added a 20% attack speed scaling. So the more attack speed you had, the more damage you deal. the more increased power you get, and the rest of the passive remains unchanged. But yeah, he's supposed to get more power out of his passive now than what's before. Obliterate now has a longer distance, and it prioritizes marked targets. Now, for some reason it didn't before. Let's see. Physical power scaling has been changed to actual scaling instead of just flat 40. It's now 40 scaling up to 60. The consecutive missile modifier has been decreased to from 20 to 9%, so they take even less damage after the initial missile. But they but you're guaranteed to hit those 10 missiles. If you hit a target with Scar. The cooldown has been set to 8 seconds flat and has been set to 35 seconds flat. Or the cost has been set to 35 flat. Scar, and this is probably the change that people were probably not too happy about. It's now a skill shot. It's not targeted. Instances of damage. Let's see. And apply 4 stacks of marked for 6 seconds. It no longer slows, dealing damage to marked targets and consumes a stack. Okay, so you basically only have 4 stacks. With it. The range has been reduced. The duration is longer. When you consume all stacks, you gain the target's rooted for 1.1, scaling up to 1.3 seconds. And stacks now deal the initial damage instead of just the percentage of the target. Instead of just 12% of the target of the source damage. So basically, instead of you basically can get 15 times 4. That's 60 damage without any scaling off of Scar past its initial damage. But the base damage has been decreased for that. The physical power scaling has gone down, and the magic power scaling has gone down significantly as well. The cooldown is 14 seconds flat, but the cost is decreased. Hellfire rounds, there was a bug that occasionally blocked usage of your auto attack effectively. After reloading, reload duration no longer scales with attack speed, so that's gonna be a problem. But every 4th shot now gives you 40% movement speed for 2 seconds, so you can move around. Damage based on missing health is now scaling from 5 to 10%, so you get more damage out of it. But the crit modifier has been decreased to compensate for that. Reckoning towers are now there, so it's not like you can, if you are close enough to your turret and he uses reckoning, you can basically go under the get under your turret. It no longer roots, but it gives an 80% slow for half a second. And the cooldown has been increased at all ranks. So that's Remnant's changes. Richter's got some slight changes. His passive, Riot Shield, you now get a 4 scaling up to 10% maximum health shield for 3 seconds when damaging enemy heroes or monsters with Whiplash. or the first instance of Skewer. So basically, he no longer gets a passive shield. He now has to have an active ability in order to do that, which would help him in multiple instances. But he now gets it, but the shield can stack, apparently. So if you get a lot of cooldown on him and are able to hit Whiplash consistently, you can basically get a shield for your whole health bar. Which is ridiculous, but, you know, it is what it is. Shock Therapy now officially removes shields before applying damage. But that's it. But it has a scaling cooldown. Now damage is decreased. And cost is set to 60-second flat. Electrocute, the damage has been decreased, but the radius has increased, so it can hit farther away. Movement speed is increased scaling, so you can stick onto enemies a bit better. And the cost has been decreased, so you can use so you can use it a bit more often, in the early game. Whiplash, it can now be cast in the air, so it can add some verticality, but the damage has been increased in the later stages of the game. Skewer can now be cast in the air, but it can now be canceled by enemy CC. So basically, if he uses it and, like, your support, you have, like, a Decker support, and, she hits the stun on Richter, his ult just stops. You're no longer affected by the CC, you're no longer affected by the CC, you don't take the second damage instance, you can cancel his ult with CC. Which is good. Alright, Sereth, she's gotten some changes. Heaven's Fury, she's now fully CC immune during the cast. She's now fully damaged and CC immune during the cast, so she can't be targeted or hit by, during the duration. She deals bonus damage. She now deals scaling bonus damage to, the monsters. Base damage is shifted around. Decrease in the early game, but evens out into the late game. Scaling has been increased. The on-hit modifier has been increased. The cooldown has also been increased higher in the early game, but it works out to about the same in the late game. Ascend, which is a decent point of counterplay for her. Base damage has been decreased at all ranks. The scaling has been set to, it's been set to just 100 flat instead of just scaling up, which is interesting. The slow durate. Oh, wait a minute, I was reading Chastise. Whoops. The damage for Ascend has been changed to being weaker in the early game. No, it's weaker. It's weaker at all ranks. At 100% scaling, the cooldown has been increased at all ranks. The cost has a scaling decrease. Bit of a nerf there. Chastise, base damage has gone down. The scaling has gone to scaling. The 80% scaling has now changed to 80 scaling up to 100%. Slow duration is longer. The cooldown is higher in the late game. And the cost is set to 30. At 35. Heresy, the base damage for her burn. For the burn effect is decreased at rank 2 and rank 3. That's it. You can punish her early. You can punish her better in the early game now.
Watch your
Severog, he now has a. He now has. He got a bit of a rework himself. His passive. His passive, he can stack it infinitely now. But he gains, but every, oh, they added additional siphon damage. But no longer gains damage per tier, okay. Each soul grants one with an ability, killing an enemy unit with an ability grants a soul. Each soul is one bonus health and 0.1 damage for siphon. When he reaches different tiers, he gains at 40, 80, 120, and 160 souls. He gains 40 bonus health, 60 bonus health, 80 bonus health, 100 bonus health, and new effects. At tier 1, he gains 15% Omnivamp, so he heals for all the damage he deals. At tier 2, he gains an aura that shreds nearby enemy heroes' magic armor by 20%, so he'll deal more damage. At tier 3, Colossal Blow becomes enhanced. We'll maybe look at his ult, we'll see that. And at tier 4, his, the aura gets changed to shredding, to that armor shred, but also deals 1% of the target's maximum HP as magic damage every second. So he basically gets like a a Fire Blossom passive. But again, he's also shredding them for 20% of their max HP. Or their armor. Magic armor. Siphon, no longer has the healing and no longer has the damage amp per soul. But the base damage has been decreased early but increased late. The magic power scaling has also been decreased. But they have 3% bonus health scaling added into this. Because now with his passive being the way it is, he no longer needs the siphon. He no longer needs the healing on the siphon. That'd be too strong. Subjugate, the radius is a bit bigger. The slow has been removed. The base damage has been decreased. The root duration has been decreased a little bit, and the cost has been set to 75 flat. Phantom Rush, a bit of a change. He deals 30 scaling up to 130 damage plus 4% max health to all enemies that he passes through, and slows them for 75% for 0.5 seconds. Basically, he can now deal damage while going through minion waves, or by going through people. That's that. Colossal Blow, the base damage has been decreased, and the magic power scaling has been decreased. Enemies are... But enhanced Colossal Blow's cooldown is reduced by 50%, and now executes minions. So basically, you can now use... Basically, once you get to tier 3, you basically can just use Colossal Blow on cooldown, so long as you have the mana, to just get minion executes. To just farm minions, basically. Like, that's pretty strong. Now to Shinbi!
Let's go.
The thing that I was, one of the things I was concerned about. Mighty Melody, the scaling has gone down from 15 to 10%. But the empowered hit cooldown has been, changed to being higher in the early game, but less in the late game. So, you know, roughly works out. Line tempo, the wolf size is 30% larger, so it'll hit more targets. It's less bouncy, so so terrain differences don't create weird things with it. Overlap increased by 200%. Vertical hitbox increased by 50, so it can hit like a little bit higher. Overlap, so it's a bit more lenient. I don't understand why. The unblock decreased by so basically you're more or less I think it pulls the camera in a little bit closer. Blink proxy, the damage has been decreased in the early stages, increased in the later stages. Scaling is higher. Cooldown has gone down at all ranks, and cost is gone down from 35 to 30. Circle rhythm, the scaling has been decreased to from 28 has been increased to 28 to 35%. The shield has been decreased from in the late game, starting at rank 2. And the shield scaling is now down to 30%, so her shield is not going to be nearly as reliable. The cost has changed to 50 seconds flat. And she reduces the cooldown of rushing beat by 10% per tick. Now, rushing beat, however, it's no longer recastable. It's no longer recastable. She has 2 charges that she can have a max of. The scaling has also been decreased, and the damage may have not changed, but the scaling has gone down. So basically, line tempo. So basically, she's not going to deal nearly as much damage as she has. The cost is set at scaling up from 40 to 60. The cooldown, and again, the cooldown has been reduced at all ranks, but because she can't have that double cast, that changes that. So circle rhythm reduces the cooldown by 10%, but she can't use it. She can't have that recast effect, which is pretty good. She basically has to use that resource a bit more sparingly now. So it cuts down on her mobility. All kill. Stacks can no longer be cleansed. Affects all targets with her track stacks. Instead of just the enemy with the highest. So if you've gotten into a lot of enemies and you've gotten a lot of stacks on a fair amount of enemies, and you're gonna hit every single enemy that has stacks. Base damage is down because of that, and the scaling has also been reduced per hit. So again, she's gonna have to be more reliant on items and whatnot. So Shinbi's not gonna be nearly as oppressive as she used to be.
Mine's gonna blow you away.
Skylar, not really. There wasn't really a lot of changes for her. Plasma grenade. Damage has been decreased. The slow has been gotten increased, and the cost has been decreased as well. Like there's really not a, or at least the base damage of the initial hit is decreased. But really not much of a changes. Air Assault, she now has a higher flight duration, so she's up higher. Her downward velocity is also decreased, so she hovers up much longer. The scaling is reduced, and the cost has been set to 90 flat as well. Increased. Hypercharge, the physical power scaling has been increased from 9 to 10%, so she deals more damage with that. Atomizer, Skylar can hover for the cast duration, so you can move a little bit more. The charge time is a little bit longer, but the scaling has also gone up. So really nothing, she didn't really have any major big changes to her kit. Sparrow has had a lot of changes to her kit. Relentless, now affects minions and monsters. but, can now apply to minions and monsters. But, but there's a... Wait a minute, it used to. Can now be applied to minions and monsters. Okay, never mind. It's, the cap is, 12 plus 1 per level, per stack. So, so, she can get more damage off of minions and monsters, but there's still, like, cap. Hail of Arrows does 8 ticks of damage instead of, 5. The damage has been decreased as a result. The scaling has also been decreased, but the slow has been set to flat 40, and the cost has been set to flat 50. So, give me a second here. So you can use it, so it's not nearly as burdensome to use anymore. It's still gonna be something you want to use as poke, but the slow is increased, so you can have a higher chance of getting to enemies. Heightened senses. There's a new effect. You gain for 6 seconds. You still got the attack speed increase. Every other basic attack against the same target within the duration deals 20% total attack damage as bonus damage. So it adds another on-hit effect. And applies additional stack of Relentless. If an enemy's already at max stacks, it really doesn't matter, but you know. And the cooldown has been increased in the early game to compensate for this. Piercing Shot deals less damage for enemies beyond the first, so there's a little bit of a damage fall off. Damage has been decreased. The scaling has been set to scale up from 140 to 160, so it's the same in the late game. Relentless multiplier has been increased from 7 to 9%. Cooldown is less at all stages, and cost has been decreased at all stages. Now, Inner Fire has been shifted. She now does 11 to 15 volleys of arrows over a 3.5 second interval duration. Each one deals 75% total physical power as damage. Side arrows deal 40% total physical power instead. Now, arrows apply on hit effects at 25% effectiveness and can critically strike for 50% effectiveness. So, instead of just popping heightened senses and then ult and then just mowing someone down, your ult is basically more like Twin Blast. You want to use it for more of an execute. But its cooldown has also been increased in the mid and late game. Steel's got some changes. One of his base stats is that he's 8% larger, so he's bigger. But his passive has gotten a new effect, has been shifted. Cybernetic Shell. He gives himself an 8% max health shield on a cooldown. The shield lasts until it destroys and refreshes if steel has not been damaged in 10 scaling up to 8 seconds. Additionally, steel gains 20% bonus magic armor, physical armor, and 20% bonus physical armor, magic armor. Basically, his bonus physical and magic armor, when you build him full tank, he gains more physical armor and magic armor, as adding on top of what he already has. So he gets tanky very fast. Bull Rush just had some damage decrease, then scaling decreased. Force Shield, it now applies to more than a single target. And it now damages minions and monsters, so you can use it to help soften up waves. Shield Bash. Damage is down. The max health has also been decreased, but scales up. So it's less impressive in the early game. And the late game. But the base damage has gone up. The scaling has gone down. The cooldown has also been decreased on all ranks, and the cost has been set to 50 flat. And Shield Slam, the base damage has been decreased at all ranks. That's pretty much it. It's to help them contend more with a solo lane.
How are you feeling?
Almost done with heroes, thankfully, and then we can finally jump in. Like I said, we're gonna go past the mark here because we had to. Ruthless Assault, the scaling has gone up from 80 to 90%. The cooldown has been increased at all ranks. Highland Hurl, the radius has been decreased, so it doesn't hit nearly as many. Basically, you have to have a little bit tighter. It's basically a little bit tighter. The speed also goes slower. Base damage is lower at the early stages of the game, but higher at the later stages as 100% scaling. The slow is at 40% flat. The slow duration has been decreased, and the root duration has been decreased. The cooldown has also gone up in the early game, but it's now considered an AoE ability for item effects. Wild Rush, the base damage has been increased at the later stages, or from rank 2 onward. The max charge multiplier has been decreased, so it doesn't deal nearly as much damage. The scaling has been increased to 90%. The cooldown has been increased at the early, but lower at the later stages. It's also now considered an AoE ability for some reason. I don't know why. But Unstoppable, the armor multiplier is now gone. But to compensate for that, the physical armor and magic armor increases have gone up. The duration has also... Oh no, wait a minute. The physical and the passive physical and magic armor gain has been decreased. The duration has gone up, and the cooldown has been decreased at all ranks.
Oh, that's battle.
Things gotten a little bit of a change.
Forest.
Bramble Patch, Proxy, compatible. It adds 15 movement. It adds a movement speed buff for allies that are in it. The width is larger, so you can hit farther, so you can hit more. The length is also farther, so you can hit from farther away. The spawn time per segment has been increased, so it takes longer for the Bramble Patch to spawn. So more or less it allows people at farther away to get away a little bit better. Base damage has been decreased in the early game, but increased late game. The slow is 45% flat now. The slow duration is higher by 0.25 seconds. And the cooldown is higher in the early game, is higher at all stages. Harvest Nettles, Blink Proxy compatible. Cast frame decreased, so you can cast it a little bit faster. Range is slightly reduced, but not by much. The scaling has been increased to 50%. The mana refund has been decreased. No, I think they may have kept it the same. But the cooldown has been changed to 5 seconds, scaling down to 3. And the cost has been changed from 40 flat to 40, scaling up to 60. You know, nothing really major there. Untamed Growth, it does damage. It's damage over 2 seconds versus 2.5. It can better match up with like Flytrap, more or less. And Flytrap, the radius at the actual radius is decreased by a lot, by over 100. That's a fair amount. The range, however, is increased, so she can hit it out a little, so she can throw it out a little bit farther. The scaling is up on it, but the pull time is a little bit longer. Almost a second, full second. So people can get away from it a little faster.
I'm your guy.
Twin Blast. Not really a big change for him. Vaporize. The base damage has been changed, so it's weaker early but stronger late. The collision overlap decreased from 55 to 45, so you had to be a little bit more. So you had to be a little bit more accurate with your shots. And the cost is scales up to 70 instead of just staying at 50 flat. Vortex Grenade, the damage has been decreased at all ranks. The scaling has been decreased. The slow has been increased from 15 to 20%. The duration has also been increased to a second. And the cost has also been decreased. It's mainly used to help... This is mainly used to not deal damage or poke. To get a little poke, but not deal nearly as much damage. But give you that ability to chase enemies down. And then Ventilate, the projectile speed is a little bit slower. The collision overlap is a bit more forgiving now, so you don't have to hit nearly as... So it's a little bit different. Homing turn rate, you can actually turn much faster now with it. Your bullets will be a little bit more accurate as a result of that turn. It can now crit at 75% effectiveness. The duration is increased to 3 seconds, so you're going a little bit longer. The base damage is lower in the early game, but higher. His base damage has been reduced, but the base number of bullets is set to 30, so you're getting more out of it, and attack speed scaling has gone up. So you get more in the end. Wraith, some changes.
Everybody briefed on the plan?
Who's there passive? The duration has been increased to 35, scaling up to 52 seconds, so a bit longer. The cooldown has also been decreased from 71 to, has been decreased to 71 to 20 seconds. So you get up a little bit more often in later stages of the game. Peekaboo, again, how is this the primary ability? The projectile, it comes out much faster, but it's affected more by gravity, so you can't lob it nearly as far. Projection overlap, so basically you can... It's a bit more forgiving in its range. The explosion radius is also a bit more forgiving as well. Is up. The damage itself is down. The physical power scaling and the magic power scaling has been decreased as well. The max health damage is lower in the early game, but the scaling is up to 2.5. Little, but not really. The mark duration is also at 3.5 seconds rather than 4 seconds. The slow has been decreased at all ranks. This low duration has been increased. The cooldown has been decreased at later stages of the game, and the cost set is at 40 flat. Surprise, surprise. You get a single jump at 250% height. Don't know why, but whatever. The duration has been decreased to 3 seconds. The physical pen you get from this is stronger in the late game, so it's definitely something you want to max out as like a second max. The cooldown has been decreased at all stages, and it's set at flat 35. Knock knock. It no longer deals additional damage to deployables. The range, however, is higher, so you can hit from further away. It now gains 5 damage per hero level, so you can... Which is interesting. They probably took that out because it doesn't seem like because it doesn't seem like it really fits well. The damage itself has also been decreased. Okay, that's probably where the 5 hero per level is going to come from. The scaling is down. The physical scaling is down. The magic scaling is down. The minion damage modifier is up to 200%. So basically, you deal double damage to minions and monsters. The minions, so it'll help with farming. Refund, the cooldown refund, cost refund is set to 50%. Is now down to 50%. Cost is down at all rank, or cooldown is decreased at all ranks, and cost scales up from 50 to 70. And back it up. It marks the target after teleporting them. The rewind duration is decreased from 2.3 to 1.5, so you basically can't get nearly as much. That's kind of a buff because it brings them back quicker. The time rewind increased to 2 seconds, from 2 seconds to 2.5. I think there may be some disparities between the two. They probably just kept it at 2 seconds because it's a little bit too much. The range has been increased at all ranks, and the cooldown has also been increased in the early and mid game.
Gear checked.
Now on to Yin.
We'll make short work of them.
Ooh. Latch kick no longer roots a target. That's it. Backlash now pushes a target away. Now pushes the targets away when you deal damage, so you can give you a little bit of a difference. Quelling Gale, the slow has been decreased to 20% instead of 25%. That's it. That's all the changes to her.
Always prepared.
Zaris,
I have arrived.
has had some changes, not a lot. Barricade. The damage reduction has been decreased to flat 75% at all, no matter what. The duration has been also reduced to 1.5, so it's a little less. The minimum base damage on the hit is increased. The maximum base damage is decreased. The maximum scaling has also been decreased. The stun duration is up. The cost has been set to flat 80, and the cooldown has been increased at all ranks as well. Evade, the movement speed has been increased from 15 to 20. The duration, though, has been decreased to 1 second. The cooldown has been decreased, so you can use it a little bit more often at all ranks. And the cost is set to 50 flat. Spear of Mirror. It's the stab is now blink proxy. You can blink while charging to throw as well. The stab range is decreased though, so you have to be a little bit closer in order to you have to be a little bit closer in order to get the stab. The throw range, however, is increased, so you can go a little bit farther with it. The scaling has gone up to 120. The cooldown has been decreased at all ranks. And the cost is set to 25. Like, he's designed to be using his abilities a lot. The Coliseum, the radius has been increased, so it's a bit larger, and the Coliseum height is decreased by 25%, so people can possibly get out of it if they have, like, a jump. And then finally, Zinx.
Good choice.
Some good changes to her, in terms of counterplay and whatnot. In terms of counterplay, like, good changes for her, in terms of, like, good changes for people playing them, but also counterplay for people playing against her. The movement speed for Triage Protocol is decreased from 40 to 15%, so she is much slower. Honestly, I think the... Hi, Kevin. Welcome. The mark realistically should not be on an ability. Because it would make it too easy to use, and even if they do the lockout, like regardless of it wouldn't matter where they put the death mark, because that 12-second lockout would ensure that that it wouldn't matter if it's on an ability or not. It basically is like wasted, where they could have just made a different ability. That's pretty much kind of what it amounts to. Because assassin items give a lot of haste, so having that active death mark on an ability but a 12-second lockout time means you can't utilize the death mark nearly as much as you would want, or as your cooldowns would be able to dictate. So that's kind of where that thought process is. But back to Zinx. She gets less bonus movement speed from Triage Protocol, but her healing, but she gets 50% increased healing power. So she gets stronger heals, but she moves far less, which has been a major annoyance for a lot of people playing against her, because she has way too much safety in that regard, for being a healer. Ricochet, not really a big change. The cooldown has been nerfed. Instead of being 15 seconds flat, it's now 18, scaling down to 16, and the cost also scales up, so she can't abuse it nearly as much in the late game as she did previously. Bad medicine, when it collides with enemy heroes now. So basically, if it hits an enemy hero, it just spawns the explosion effect. It can now be a lobbed ability, so so instead of having it like a targeted spot on the ground, you actually have to arc it. The travel speed is slower, and the scaling is down. The erupt scaling is also down. The erupt slow is down. But the cooldown has also been decreased on raw ranks, but the cost has gone up by 5, but not a big change. But it definitely makes it so that you have to hit it. You actually have to do a little bit more aiming with that. Kind of bringing down her poke. Infuse wasn't touched. Or no, wait a minute. Infuse was touched. The base healing has gone up. But the scaling has gone up. So it's a bit more useful as like an actual heal tool. But that's it. The neuroregenesis, the bonus movement speed, or the decaying movement speed they get is increased to 45%, as opposed to 40, to help allies get away, because it is designed as like an escape tool. But that is all the changes here for the patch. So, we're finally gonna get into games after spending over 3.5 hours just doing patch notes. God, that was a big one. But but you know, it is what it is. We're gonna try to see if we can try out Boris first. I mean, he's gonna play in the jungle more often, so that's probably where we're gonna play him. Not like I really want to. Not exactly my first choice, but we'll see. But then we're gonna start checking out some of the other heroes and their changes. I may do solo lane first to see how the changes actually really affect that.
The dawn rises on Sanctuary.
So, wow. It looks like the map is also a bit Looks like the map is also a bit of a change. I mean, we'll get whatever we get. I don't ever touch the jungle, so I was more likely to get it anyway. But we're gonna try out Mr. Boreas. But yeah, I definitely think Kalari is definitely gonna be I definitely think Countess is gonna be better suited to play in the jungle than she is gonna be in the
knows no fear.
than she is gonna be playing in the mid lane. Strictly because of how her kit now works. Because again, she has some decent poke now, but it's not, I wouldn't necessarily call it the best poke she's got. Definitely not the greatest in terms of it's definitely not the greatest in terms of like realistically in terms of like usage. They got a heavy frontline team. Steel and Aurora, pretty decent tanks. And if Aurora builds magic power, then it's not going to be nearly. They're not going to be nearly as strong. But Crunch could be an okay frontline. But Steel is definitely, with his new passive, is going to definitely be a bit more tankier. Aurora mid. How much you want to bet me? It's Aurora mid. Or it's gonna be some weird, like, off-meta thing. But that may actually help out Countess. Yeah, it's probably gonna help out Countess more often than anything else, because Aurora mid is not gonna be able to do too much. Because Countess can just literally stand right in there, and she can more or less heal a bit more than Aurora. Alright, let's see. I think Primeval Roar is gonna be a decent first item. Oh wow. Let's see. This gives me no damage, so.
Upgrade acquired.
But yeah, he's definitely something that loves attack speed. But I'm definitely gonna need anti-heal for this because of their people. Berserkers wouldn't be too bad because that bonus movement speed. That bonus movement speed we get. But Basilisk would be useful. Rupture is going to be useful, and so is Draconum. Like, all of these items are going to be useful, so I'm probably just going to have to build Tainted Blade. He actually doesn't do... His clear is not necessarily that great. Actually, that was pretty quick. Let's see. No, I don't have a detection protocol, so that's not a smart decision.
Systems improved.
They're at the midpoint. Okay. That was actually a somewhat decent gank there. But I do use a lot of mana, though. Oh, I got like 30 seconds for that. Help alleviate some pressure there.
Enemy tower is under attack.
I mean, he's definitely gotta be someone that scales harder in the late. That scales harder in the later. That scales harder. But I am getting more. But I am fairly. I actually have a fairly decent healthy clear. Here. Let's see. Realistically, I would want this. TB is out. Yeah, the Countess changes don't kind of don't really help out her in terms of being able to get out bad situations. Sorry, but I really need. But that actually helps me out a bit more. But they gave him a Russian. But they gave him more of a Russian accent, which I actually do like. So it's Boris, Russian, that kind of thing. I know it's stereotyping, but it's still like a. That was actually a really decent.
Execute level up directive.
That's actually pretty decent. Oh, Crunch, he just used all of his mana.
All this killing makes Boris thirsty.
Doing bear things. Alright.
Munition enhanced.
That was my first kill of the game. First kill of the game. And you know, if I'm ever gonna play in the jungle, I'm gonna have to play Boris. Because he's probably like the only jungler that I can realistically use effectively. Because my biggest weaknesses are being able to get to where I need to go. And having that, so you gotta be careful here. Okay, never mind. You got her. That's actually pretty decent. Some of the Callus changes actually doing some work. Let's see. Rev is all alone. He's gonna be under his turret pretty quickly. I don't think I can no, I can't do anything about that.
An enemy tower is under attack.
Unless... Nope. I'd like to continue this, my good sir. Because I have allies, and you only I have more allies than you do. Gus is doing a fairly good job. Damage reduction is definitely gonna help, I got all now. Alright. Like I said, detection protocol is probably gonna be...
Systems failing.
Team!
Careful, jungle.
An ally has been slain.
Returning to base.
This ain't right.
An enemy tower is under attack.
Bodies
Fine then.
approved.
Give them first fang tooth. Give them the objectives. Give them the objectives. Like, fine then. It just proves I'm not gonna come and help you guys any further. Like, that's pretty much it. I'm not going to come and help you guys anymore. Like, Countess I can kind of understand. She had to back off. But my duo lane literally could have just followed their, my duo lane could have followed and helped out. But they chose not to. So, as a result, they're not going to get anything. Twin Blast I don't need to necessarily worry about because he's not... He's not going to be, Twin Blast I don't need to necessarily worry about nearly as much. At least until Crunch hits, like, level... Because he's actually doing a pretty decent job, but Crunch is already backed off there. Did she get it? I don't think she did. Probably already on. They're probably on here. They're probably on Fangtooth. I missed my ult. So, I was also tanking, but look at that!
This ain't right.
If these morons had actually just helped me out earlier in the game with that,
Burst ready.
An ally has been slain. An ally tower is under attack. An enemy has
My
been
plan
slain.
was faulty.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally tower is under attack.
and I don't normally say that about a Countess. Like, I don't normally say that. I died twice because these idiots literally could not get their heads out of their asses. So, I'm just not helping them out. Like, TB is one thing. Like, TB is one thing, because he's solo. I'm not expecting him to be, like...
Systems improved.
let's see... 20% I mean, maybe I'm upgrading the wrong ability? I don't know. But I took more damage from the enemy Boris than he did from me. Than I dealt to him. And again, it's literally the rest of my team that's just letting it... It's literally our duo lane that's letting it happen. Of course, then again, I also have no defensive abilities, and I was also tanking 3 people at the same time. And no one was even trying to help me. Like, what's the use of having the increased healing? What's the use of having the increased healing if you're not healing healing a person that's actually doing stuff?
Execute level up directive. Strike. Capacitors enhanced. Fear not.
probably got aborted.
Enemy has taken mini orb. Send to that tower is under attack.
Yep.
Stay still.
Adrenaline engaged.
Oh, they went down. Hi, Boris.
Perish! Boris must leave, but he will return.
My team's alright. My team is an idiot. Are idiots. These people are idiots.
Upgrade acquired.
So I'm only gonna concentrate on helping Countess and
Has been slain.
I'm only gonna concentrate on helping Countess and Twin Blast. Because I cannot rely on this duo lane is not reliable in the slightest. Which also means we're probably gonna lose every single thing to the objective because I'm not gonna be able to go for them nearly
An allied
Nearly as
tower
much
is
or as
under
well.
attack.
This ain't right.
Rises. Systems improved.
see. I mean, each hit, so I probably should have been maxing out my swipe. That's a fair amount of damage. And they apply on hit effects. I should have been maxing out swipe.
An allied tower is under attack.
Well, if you idiots weren't actually helped me out earlier, then it wouldn't be an issue. Now would it?
Airsign capacitors recharged.
Urgh.
Medical support appreciated. Hit me! I dare you. Enemy tower is under attack.
I'm actually shredding this thing pretty quickly.
This ain't right.
Tower is under attack. Bodies grow stronger. Skill rises.
Boing, bye.
An enemy has been slain. Impressive kill.
This ain't right.
Tower execute level up directive.
Huh. Well, that was pretty good.
Airsign burst ready.
And I actually managed to survive that pretty well.
Execute enhancement matrix. Target acquired.
So why are you getting away from... TB decided to do something so stupid as to run away from his potential jungle gank. Moron. If I didn't miss my ult, I actually would have been able to kill him. I need to get my items, though. He's building Mutilator.
An allied tower is under attack.
But I think Rupture would probably be a little bit better. But yeah, I don't understand, like, he could clearly see me coming on the map. Like, why in the world did he just ignore that? Ignore the fact that I'm coming directly to him.
Acquired. Systems improved. Is under
All right.
attack.
So I think... I mean, he's level 14, I'm level 12. Like, there's only so much I can do. Why are you ignoring your turret, sweetheart?
Ultimate ready.
Like, girl, pay attention. Don't just ignore your turret just because you're wanting to fight. Like, TB is losing his TB is starting to lose his lane strictly because of... She's dead. She's not getting out of this alive. Okay, what in the world? Oh. You can't get out of this, sweetheart.
I'll be back shortly.
Kinda should be able to take that out, but I literally got no help in that one. Like, they were so far up, it's not even funny. I don't understand why the hell they were even that far up to begin with. We need to make sure we get this next Fangtooth, though. That'll help me out a lot.
Execute level up directive. Enemy is heroic.
Gee, I wonder why. It's because our dual lanes are combined morons. Red buff is up. That actually would help me out a lot against it.
An allied tower is under attack.
Give me vision of it, and then maybe I'll go.
Capacitors enhanced.
Because they're already... Actually, there. Pretty good.
Scent detected. activated. An enemy is legendary. Enemy double kill. Adrenal inhibitor. Critical kill. An enemy tower is under attack.
This will keep hurting.
Enemy double kill. The enemy team has activated the Your Prime.
And Murdoch is taking jungle camps for no reason. Counts as not gonna deal with that.
Bot acquired.
You don't get anything.
Body's close strongest.
Not going anywhere.
Ally tower is under attack.
Medical support appreciated.
Slain. An allied inhibitor is under attack. An ally has been slain. An enemy tower is under attack.
Yeah.
Tower is
This team was just bad. This counts as the only person who knew what the hell they were doing. That's it. That's literally it. They fed the hell out of this.
That was unpleasant.
To be honest, Twin Blast did run it down too.
tower has been destroyed. An allied tower has been destroyed.
Like, there's nothing I can realistically do to help. Like, Countess and I are basically 1v5. 2v5.
Is under attack.
Ultimate ready.
Can't even do anything here.
Systems fail.
Enemy is legendary.
We literally lost because of our dual lane. Like, that's pretty much it. That's literally it. We lost because of our dual lane. Like, this is what happens when I play jungle. It literally is the only thing that happens when I play jungle. I get fucked over royally. Because my team feeds for no reason. And it's not just... oh, you need... Like, look at Boris. Like, the only thing he got were assists. Like, I was only 1 assist off of evening of basically... Like, I was doing better than he did. Than he was. Strictly. But it's strictly because of the rest of my fucking team. The 2 idiots in the duo lane. They'd be lost. Like, sorry, but no. Like, literally these two just did nothing. Zinx did more damage than the Murdoch! Holy shit, how does that even happen? Of course, then again, 20 kill Revenant. Gee, I wonder why. Maybe it's because my team. Maybe it's because our dual lane was a series of morons. Like, that's literally that's literally what it was. Our duo lane was the reason why we lost. Wind Blast was only gonna work so long as before Crunch hit level 6. That's pretty much it. We didn't have any other sources of frontline. Which is a level of stupid. Sorry, but TV frontline is, but Twin Blast solo is not necessarily what you would call the best when it comes to being a solo laner. Like, he deals a lot of damage early game, but as soon as the mid and late game hit, he does not. Particularly if any of the enemy heroes have, like, a dashes, or anything that can allow them to get on top of them relatively easy. And he doesn't have anything that can help, that can help reduce his cooldowns to get his rocket dash up. Then he is going to lose that. I've done it before. Like, it is... Like, I'm sorry, but it's not...
The dusk sets on Sanctuary.
Like, it's just... It's not smart. Like, it's not remotely intelligent.
Off-lane role assigned.
Like, it only works if your opponent is not able to effectively...
Lock in your hero.
It only works if your opponent is not
I'll
able
see
to
you
be
all at the
effective
enemy's
in...
core if you survive.
It doesn't work unless your allies are... Unless... More or less, you have to have your jungler camp your lane and get yourself... And get you carried. Very hard. Like, you have to get fed pretty hard, pretty quickly. In order to make TV solo work. Because if you have an enemy that can stick on top of you or be able to burst you down, you're dead. Crunch is decent in his burst damage. Has a fair amount of burst damage, which... So... Like... It is what it is, but... There is a level... Figures. But again, it's one of those situations where you need to understand how to make smart decisions. Like, yeah, you have a lot of poke, and it can be very frustrating to play against a ranged solo laner. But at the same time...
The dawn rises on Sanctuary. Off-lane role assigned. Select
Like,
a
sorry, but
hero.
there is a degree of, like, you have to play smartly in this game. Just because you see someone do something doesn't necessarily mean you can do it too. Like, you have to pay attention. The reason why people who can play Twin Blast solo, well, is because they can play that. It's because they have that. Let's see, I'm gonna
Lock in your hero.
into this because it is gonna be. This is gonna be difficult. Because the armor shred is gonna be annoying enough.
Time's running out.
It's really not gonna matter who I pick. Grayson's armor shred is gonna be a bit annoying to deal with.
The battle begins in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
But more or less, there's something to be said about when people pick off meta things, because Siphon. Okay, first of all, Catalytic's not gonna help me out here. Because he deals physical damage. A Catalytic will be nice, but it's not helpful at all.
Minions are spawning.
That's a much wider range. And all. Alright, but I got 5 souls, so...
An ally tower is under attack.
Alright. I mean, I'm pretty close. I'm actually getting pretty close to... I'm actually stacking somewhat decently, so... Gotta have a little bit more in terms of wave... in terms of health and wave clear. That was not a smart decision by their Chimera.
First blood.
Missing mid.
An enemy tower is
Why is
under
this hasn't been
attack.
taken? Not 22, so I'm halfway to the first threshold.
Missing left.
An ally tower is under attack.
Missing mid.
Need to upgrade my potion pretty soon. Realize he's level 6 and he still has a ult, right? Did you really think that was a smart decision?
Careful right lane.
An enemy tower is under attack.
That's... I can still get Fire Blossom.
Be right back.
They are very much massively physical damage, so the only magic defense I'll probably grab is Flux Matrix.
An ally tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
I now have Omnivamp, dude.
Allied tower is under attack.
I need to get some mana back. Let's see.
Enemy tower is under attack.
Yeah, I know I'm gonna need this, so. Let's see. So how about? Third item I'll get Flux. 'Cause I'll get some physical armor for this. I am gonna need anti-heal and probably wardens.
An allied tower is under attack. Rises.
Really just do that.
Slain. An allied tower is under attack.
Yeah, I knew building a anti-attack speed was gonna be helpful. Already at 60.
Taken mini orb. Your skill rises. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An allied tower is under attack.
Be right back.
Alright, 78. I do need to back, though. And the longer he keeps me in lane, the more I'm gonna... the better off it is gonna be for me. I am gonna need some food, though.
An allied tower is under attack.
I mean, she built combustion, so it doesn't even look like she's going to be building
An
any
allied
major
tower has
consequence.
been destroyed.
Alright, 80, so...
An enemy tower is under attack. An ally has been
My mid laner and my jungler decide to be idiots. Why are you here? You're taking up stuff. Alright. Alright, now I have a magical shred aura. I'll get the enhanced colossal blow relatively soon. I mean, it's sitting at 90, so I'm only need like 30 more stacks. Yeah, kind of hard for you to really do a lot of damage to me now because I'm
Attack left lane.
tankier. Your attack speed is lower.
An ally has been
And I can heal back more. Bye. Girl, you're not gonna be able to really do anything, because I can just do that. You literally wasted your ult. For no reason. Like, I genuinely don't understand, like, what they're trying to consistently accomplish, because they're not getting it. Like, Greystone only got a kill because my jungler was an idiot.
an enemy tower is under attack.
Attack left lane.
Enemy has been slain. That is enough.
Go, Rupture. Alright. I'll get Horn Straight, and then I'll do Flux because that'll give me more, give me more for that. He's trying to heal off of everything. Off of everything. Wow, jungle.
An enemy has been
Way to literally give everything for no reason. Even blowing everything, he still failed miserably. Alright. Did you really think you were gonna do anything there? Bye. Oh, they damn well knew I was recalling, and yet they still decided to go and Boris is dead.
An ally has been slain.
Because he's a freaking
An
idiot.
ally
Countess
tower
is
under
not
attack.
doing realistically any damage. Didn't hold it. It's just gonna. She's just gonna clear waves.
Left lane.
Enemy has been slain.
Alright. So now Colossal Blow can execute minions.
An ally tower is under attack. An ally has been slain.
He's also building. He's also building the Demolisher.
An enemy tower is under
I
attack.
only need 30 more souls. Now 43.
That is enough.
Let's see. I should just max. I really should just finish this item off.
Enemy tower has been destroyed.
Let's see. I was gonna get actually more out of this. Why?
An ally tower is
Because
under
the more he
attack.
shred, because his entire armor shred thing, I gotta understand why the hell our Boris is trying to do so much, because he's not, like, I'm not even there, I'm not even able to help him. Idiots.
Left lane.
I only need 50 more, and then I have my damage aura, so I basically got a double.
Attack finds you.
Like, I genuinely don't understand why in the world these guys are.
An enemy tower is under attack. It is ready.
Wait.
Enemy double kill.
Come on. Stop being so scared.
An enemy tower is under attack. I must fight. Spree.
Oh, I have to.
An ally tower has been destroyed.
I need to use it to execute minions. But I almost right there. I got one more. I need one more minion until I have my. Alright. Why so scared, Greystone? Like, literally, why are you so scared to fight me now? Is it because I'm basically just stacking into ad infinitum? Alright. I'll have, let's see, I got 20% magic armor shred. This does 10%, so I got 10% armor shred. 10% increased damage. Here. He has no magic defense. He built Perforator.
Careful, right lane.
The
team literally is just
activated the Your Prime. The tower has been destroyed. As it must be. Perish. I will return. It is ready.
Alright. Da-da-da-da. Let's see. Actually, they both build out the same thing, so I'm gonna get Mordants because, again, most of them are physical power based.
Defend left lane. Defend left lane.
Let's hit again. Yoink. Really didn't do a lot.
Defend left lane.
I think if I want some, I'm gonna need some recovery. I may get, yeah. After I get oh damn. It gave it to me just as soon as it came up. I think I'll get
An enemy has been slain.
Finally, they got something. I think I'll get a Raiment of Renewal as like a last item.
An allied tower is under attack. An allied tower has been destroyed. An enemy tower is under attack. Enemy tower
I'm guessing their Greystone has lost the will to fight. Nope, he's still there.
An enemy inhibitor is under attack. The enemy core is under
Alright, let's see here. Raymond. Need another 1,000.
the allied team has entered.
Forty-one second cooldown on my ult. I have 227 additional max HP. Yeah, Sevarog's definitely strong. Yeah. Sevarog you absolutely have to build anti-heal to deal with. Like, there's nothing... Didn't expect that. A 3-0 with 7 assists as a tank.
Those aren't enemies. They're stepping stones.
Alright, what do we get here?
A guardian is always prepared.
Ready mode. Alright. That was quick.
The dawn rises on Sanctuary.
I'm gonna try out Greystone.
Off-lane role assigned. Select a hero. Lock in your hero.
Party comrades and a fight in the offing? Well, I've had worse days, I can tell you that.
Alright, Greystone v Greystone.
The battle begins in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'll see you all at the enemy's core, if you survive.
Wait, let's see. Earthshaker. Shaker would be decent. I really want to try out, really want to try out Aegis. And Overlord.
Just as I thought.
I think I gotta get... Buzz, now is not the time for you to be doing things.
Minions are spawning.
I'm gonna need Draconum. Let's see, they got a Morgash, so... This meta may actually be okay for this. But, I am gonna need to build, I'm gonna need to build a few items for this game.
Sharper still. Hits. Discipline and version.
We're gonna go ahead and back up here.
Time to rest.
allied tower is under attack.
Well, I have to agree.
Ward left lane. Missing left.
An allied tower is under attack. Skill rises.
Higher and higher.
Ward right lane.
Got it.
Stone-carved purpose.
An allied tower is under attack.
On my way right.
I require healing. I shan't be long. Only the best.
An enemy has been slain.
Well, I have to agree.
Be right back.
And yet this idiot is also taking my fucking minions as well. For no reason. You got a double. There's no reason for you to push the wave.
An enemy tower is
In
under
fact, that actually
attack.
kind of screws me over because I have to come out so much further
Slain.
to get the same thing.
Be right back. Missing mid. Missing mid.
I'm a bit bruised.
And yet I still managed to make it out alive.
Enemy has been slain.
Just as I thought,
An enemy tower is under attack.
the fire returns.
An ally has been slain.
I don't understand why the hell he was even going in there. Like, stop farming my wave. Leave. There's absolutely no reason for you to be continuing to come and take my stuff.
Discipline and virtue.
I wonder why my team is just useless.
On my way left.
An enemy has been slain.
Be right back.
Well, I have to agree.
An allied tower is under attack.
Sorry.
This one is ours.
Killing spree.
We're making progress.
Enemy tower is under attack.
This ain't right. On my way right. On my
I'm
way
not letting
in.
this go. I got enough of my tank to escape,
Enemy has been slain.
and I'm just ignoring him.
An ally has been slain.
Like, he's got Basilisk, but I'm stacking HP, so his armor shred is not really...
An enemy has been slain.
It's so long to do one thing.
A new life awaits.
An allied tower is under
For taking too many hits.
has been slain.
Higher and higher. I require healing. I will rejoin you soon. Only the best.
Be right back.
An allied tower is under attack.
Oh, surrender.
Let's do it all again,
This guy
shall
was
we?
annoying. Alright, I'm getting sick and tired of hearing
The rituals of the Vigilant Order.
what. Realistically, I can only
Vigilants
see
are
it.
always ready. There we go. I don't see any real, Dominion, watch over me and my allies.
I don't
this day.
see... In normal games, like, I don't see the purpose of having this. Like, in ranked, maybe, but in normal, it's just annoying, especially with people like that. Like, dude, get your ass... So Greystone changes. Kind of okay. I didn't die. Got a kill. But now back to my home in the dual lane. Because I need to see how Sparrow's changes actually impact her. Same with the Murdoch. Like, I need to see how those changes actually impact.
The dawn rises on Sanctuary. Carry roll assigned. Select a hero.
Alright. I'm gonna need to do a game with Sparrow, Grimmix, and Murdoch. And probably Ndrongo. So I got 4 games I need to do. Depending on how long it takes. Like, Twin Blast changes weren't really like actual changes to his kit. There was just some adjustments. Here I may do it like a test run, but maybe not. Wow. No front line.
There must be a decent fight around here somewhere. For the sins of my family.
But yeah, no, seeing Wukong's silhouette like that, they better bring him into this game. Then they have to end up bringing him into this game. Even though they've said one of the devs said that he does not want to bring Wukong into the game. The fact that they put his silhouette there shows that they're going to be bringing him in. It's probably going to be the next hero release that they're going to bring Wukong in. And I don't know change of the base skin. And I don't know how how that's going to really work out in terms of
May my arrows fly swift and true.
I don't know how that's going to work out. Yellow arrows. Wow, they really screwed up. Like, they put her as a crit. No.
I needed this.
No. Like, I'm sorry, but just because her ult can crit for, can crit, doesn't mean it's worth it to build her crit. Like, sorry, but look at these items. The only attack speed items it gives in the recommended is nuclear rounds, Equinox, Viper, or Sky Splitter, and Terminus, or Antenna rounds. That's literally all. That's literally all the attack speed items, and they have her going for her core items: Vanquisher, nuclear rounds, and Imperator. Like, sorry, no, that's not gonna work. That doesn't work out with it. That doesn't work out for her. Wow, okay, don't help me out. Yeah, this definitely slows down my clear speed.
Better and better. Slow down. Stop this! I'd rather not die. I'll be back directly.
Yeah, this phase is an idiot. She literally has no fucking clue what she's doing. So I'm gonna... Like, she hasn't even attached to me! Like, dude, no, you're a moron. You are a moron. Okay, I can't rely on Hail of Air as his first ability, so I might as well go, Inner Fire. Or, not Inner Fire, you gotta get yourself killed, too. Heightened Senses, because I'm gonna need that attack speed. I mean, it's great for poking enemies down, but I don't...
An allied tower is under attack. Rises.
Practice makes perfect.
Yeah, this phase is gonna cause me problems.
Wonderful timing.
Did you really think that was a smart idea, going in on a Sparrow? Like that? The responsiveness on the camera is a bit up there.
An ally has been slain. Your skill rises.
Much
An allied
improved.
tower is under attack.
Now back to
We need our jungler here.
retreat.
Much better, thanks. That'll do for now. See you in a minute.
On my way mid.
Not necessarily what I would call a smart decision. I need to get this, I need to get Skies. And now that I don't have to worry about stack up mechanics, I can get a... the stack mechanic on a Stormbreaker, I can actually get it as a second item.
Missing.
That's the most... I would call that a smart decision.
Cancel that.
Tower is under attack.
Fucking made me miss that cannon, dumbass. I knew she was gonna... I knew this phase was gonna cause me a problem.
Oh, you're an angel. Feels wonderful timing.
An enemy has been slain. Enemy has been slain.
Bullseye.
Rises.
Top marks.
I need to stay. So I gotta get... I'm gonna get my item first.
Out of mana.
An ally has been slain.
Much better, thanks.
An enemy tower is under attack.
Oh, you're an angel.
I still need 200 more. Yeah,
Dodge this.
50. I need 50 gold. But I can wait for that much. I got an item.
I needed this.
An allied tower is under attack.
I could use some assistance.
An ally has been slain. An enemy tower is under attack.
In a fire ready.
Slain.
It's dead.
An enemy has been slain.
Thank you for literally taking that wave, even though it would have been...
Stop this! Feels good.
On my way left.
An allied tower is under attack.
Mid.
I need help now.
An ally has been slain. An enemy tower is under attack.
I wouldn't have died there if that... I honestly would not have died there
Tower has been destroyed.
if Morg had not rotated. And honestly, if my first death wouldn't have happened, if FaZe were actually where she was supposed to be. Fucking moron. Can't walk out there because I can't rely on this idiot.
On my way left.
Stop this! And the way is open. I'll return in a minute.
An allied tower is under attack.
Wow, totally didn't need you idiots to do that.
This thing's hit.
I shall return soon.
Better and better.
Under attack.
Won't be long. Oh, well done, everyone.
Has been slain.
Link it up. I must rest. I'll be back direct. Stop this!
An allied tower is under attack.
improved.
An enemy has taken mini orb.
I must rest for a bit.
I need to stay.
An enemy tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
I can't because I know because I know I'm not gonna be alone. Yeah, I'm basically just gonna have to 1v2 this lane because this phase is an idiot.
Under attack.
I'm in a bit of pain.
An ally has been slain.
Caution would be...
Enemy killing spree.
I'm gonna need to get Viper in a second third item.
An allied tower is under attack. An allied tower has been
In a fire
destroyed.
burning bright.
Careful, middle lane.
Your skill rises.
Practice makes perfect. I'll return in a moment.
On my way mid.
Oh, yes.
An allied
Perfect.
tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Dodge this!
An allied tower is under attack. An enemy tower has been destroyed.
That'll do for now.
Let's see. Like I said, I'm stuck having to 2v1 this lane. Don't have enough damage nor sustain to deal with that guy.
An allied tower is under attack. Your
Much
skill
improved.
rises.
On my way mid.
Nope, I'm getting caught in a pincer situation. are more enemies on this side of the map.
Won't be long.
I got broadsword anyway, so this will help me out. Once I finish off Viper, I'll probably have a bit. I'll be in a little bit better of a position. The change they made to her ult, like I said, realistically doesn't actually detract from the fact that she deals so much more damage as an on-hit. Than
Let's keep our distance, shall we?
No, that's just... I don't know how I can help this. Yeah, her ult definitely does not feel comfortable to use. It's definitely not.
Retreat.
I really want to try me.
Better and better.
I wasn't able to get into that fight. Too many people went down. And there wasn't enough to hold them.
I'll return in a moment.
On my way, right.
Alright, I need another 600 gold.
Careful, right lane.
Alright, I get 50% attack speed.
An enemy tower is under attack. An ally has been slain.
Base is really pushing the... Base is really pushing the damage. We need something. I need to go for this. Fucking hell.
That'll do for now.
Why'd you bring him in that direction?
An allied tower is under attack.
I needed this.
I need Prisma.
Attack right lane.
Like, he literally lost us that Fangtooth for no reason. Because he decided to drag Chimera in that direction.
An allied tower is under attack.
Be right back.
Top marks.
An allied tower has been destroyed. destroyed.
Careful left lane.
An enemy is unreal. An ally has been slain. An enemy tower is under attack.
Go.
An ally has been slain.
Yeah, these people are idiots. Let's see, what's my attack speed at? She doesn't have. She only has a single attack speed item. But I have literally 0 allies. So if I get 2v1'd, and it's literally, and she's building full damage. She shouldn't be nearly as effective at keeping her carry alive, but because my support's literally just fucking useless. Like that! Like, you literally just gave, because you're too busy sitting on the other side of the map for no reason.
Oh, yes. Feels good.
Like, literally, Sereth has been running it down this whole fucking game. Why are you considered still attached to her? Like, that is literally idiocy right there. I'm further along than she is. I'm the same level as she is.
Attack left lane.
I am gonna need to build, like, Mutilator or something like that, because I have to shred, Chimera's HP.
I must rest for a bit.
They are so far ahead, it's not even funny. Clearly because of these idiots, too. I can't realistically push out or do anything. We're gonna lose the next objective because my team is just dog shit.
Dodge this!
I mean... They're literally all on that side of the map. I can probably get this. 'Cause I'm shredding it. Yeah, I'm shredding this. Because people can't focus on what needs to be done.
An ally tower is under attack. An ally tower rises.
Much improved. That'll do for now.
Alright, so let's see. Dust level would be helpful. Yeah, dust level is probably gonna be best, but I need to burn through HP more, so I need to get healed later. Like, I need something with a little bit more damage.
Under attack.
Urgh.
Dodge this!
Attack Wolf Rider.
better and better.
An enemy is
I'll be back
unstoppable.
directly.
Oh, that's right, I need anti-heal. I might as well get that now.
I needed this.
She literally left Argus to die. That's hilarious.
Enemy is heroic. An enemy is legendary.
Don't look out!
The enemy team has activated your pride.
Dodge this! Let's do another.
You're gonna need to build mutilator.
Practice makes perfect.
Ah,
I'll return in a moment.
An allied tower is under attack.
I trust you'll remember this.
you're welcome, by the way.
Under attack. Unreal.
Need a little bit more.
Dodge this! That'll do for now.
All right.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy tower is under attack.
All my way left.
Enemy tower has been destroyed.
All my way left.
Knew she wasn't alone.
An enemy inhibitor is under attack. An enemy inhibitor has fallen. Heroic.
I trust you'll remember
An
this.
enemy has been slain. Your skill rises.
Top marks.
Retreat.
I must rest for a bit.
Attack middle lane.
Problem is, I also need to catch them.
Attack middle lane.
So mutilator is probably not gonna be the
An
smartest
enemy
choice.
tower is under attack.
I was just hoping for this.
An ally has been. Enemy tower has been.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a dust devil.
An enemy inhibitor is under attack.
The movement speed is gonna help me out a lot more. I need to be able to catch and stay on enemies. If I were to replace an item, I would have to replace like Sky Splitter or I have to replace like Sky Splitter. Sky Splitter or Stormbreaker. I meant.
Attack red buff.
Dude, it's not up there. Alright.
Attack right lane.
Or Prime would actually be a much more decent investment in our time.
I'm in a bit of pain.
Careful right lane. On my way mid.
Like, Greystone, like, they literally were right there and they just completely fucking ignored that. She's dead.
Forward!
Oh wow, that was a weird interaction. The person that could actually shred objectives, you let die.
Attack blue buff.
Idiots. Straight up, idiots. You're not catching her, Jesus! Like, I'm literally the only person on this team that knows what the hell they're doing.
Attack blue buff.
Like, I can do damage, but we just don't have the lockdown. I have no allies that help me. We're gonna run away from Kalaria like you always fucking do?
Retreat.
You guys are gonna need me. Team is useless. And Argus is just sitting in base for no reason. What a fucking surprise.
Arrows well spent.
I'll return in a moment.
Attack war prime.
Literally the reason why we got that.
Attack war prime.
And like a steady source of Omni Vamp, I can actually heal a lot more. one.
Oh, that's better. Who'd like the first shot?
The Allied team has activated the Ore Prime.
Attack middle lane.
I didn't need your help with that.
On my way right.
You're not even putting down any fucking wards.
Under attack.
Inner fire burning bright.
Out of mana.
The enemy core is under attack.
Retreat.
An ally has been slain.
Retreat.
Let's see. It's 30% attack speed.
An ally has been slain.
Let's see.
You are not worthy of my presence.
Help me out. I mean, same physical power, just less attack speed. More ability hates more Omnivamp. Let's see, this is 40% attack speed, percent life steal. I lose some damage though. Some damage with this as well. This is 30% attack speed. Do like to get resolution. I mean, I would get 30%. The Equinox Shield is gonna help me out more. There, so I'm not going to be putting myself into a bad situation.
I'll take that. Oh, that's better.
Hi.
Let's keep our distance, shall we?
Spree.
I have to convert all the way over into crit. This is gonna piss me off.
An allied tower is under attack.
I'm not dealing enough damage. I need to deal more damage.
I must resupply.
Problem is, like, it's literally 3 people. Yeah, it does not feel comfortable. Got to replace,
I'll be back directly.
stubble. Because it doesn't matter if I can't stack up the move speed fast enough.
Oh, yes.
An
Perfect.
enemy inhibitor is under attack.
I need 40 gold for this.
An enemy inhibitor has been destroyed.
I mean, I still got a decent amount of attack speed,
I was just...
but most likely my damage is just not.
An enemy is unreal.
Like, these idiots are literally just giving them fucking kills. It's literally 3 people.
Out of mana.
3 people
An ally
are
has
just
been
giving them
slain.
everything for no reason.
I'll take that.
The enemy team has activated the Your Prime.
Let's see. I could replace Viper with Demolisher, but that doesn't really help. That doesn't really help me in this situation. Because I literally have no allies. Because the one person that I need to help keep me alive refuses to even do anything to help me. In the slightest. Sereth has just ran it down so hard too. Like, it's literally...
An allied tower is under attack.
They're literally sitting on that side of the fucking map too. Like, the thing is, they got frontline, we don't. Our frontline just does not... Just doesn't. Or it's just...
I must rest for a bit.
Just ignoring one side of the fucking map.
Under attack. An allied inhibitor is
I guess she's pushing up here.
An ally has been slain.
Don't look up!
so fucking lucky that you hit that slow. Like, that's literally the only thing that saved her. Viper's not gonna help me out. I need to replace it with something else. I got to decrease my own attack speed in order to give myself better damage.
Won't be long.
Like, it sucks I'm having to exchange items out that I don't need to be exchanging out, but I have to.
An ally has been slain.
Let's keep our distance, shall we?
Oh my god.
Retreat.
Oh my god, why did you go that far? Keep him near me. We had the front to back fight. Jesus Christ, are you really that stupid?
Don't look up.
There's a way here too. With super minions. I literally have to do everything on the team. I either have to be the front line, I have to do the damage. I have to be frontline, I have to deal damage, I literally have to do everything on the team. Because we got two people, because we got literally multiple sources of dead weight.
Dodge this.
She's just literally gonna pull them away, and we got another person barreling up on this side of the map.
A clean kill.
Okay, I can understand why they want to build Sparrow. But
Much better than this.
I am literally the only reason why we are not losing. We have not lost already.
For this.
Okay, we got one in here, but we literally...
Dodge this.
The enemy team has activated your drive.
In a fire burning bright.
Wow. 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 Just wow. Literally, we lost because of 3 people being complete, utter fucking anchors. Like, the most fed in the game! I can understand why they have her building crit now, but still, it just feels wrong.
They shall sing of this day.
All of my deaths were because I'm literally having to fight 3 to 5 people at the same fucking time. For no reason. Simply because my team is just dog shit.
We'll make short work of them. A guardian is always prepared.
Like, literally the reason why we lost is because of 3 people on our team. Changes the spare, gotta take some time to get used to, but we lost because of my support, Argus, and Seraph. Seraph kept trying to fight, in spite of the fact knowing that Chimera was on that side of the map for a significant period of time. FaZe roamed for no reason, multiple times, and ended up getting me killed. Because she just couldn't do what she was supposed to do, and just stay where she needed to stay, to get me ahead far enough so she could start roaming. Like, oh my god, what a novel concept. And at no point in time was anyone building any sort of health shred. Except for me. Like, the only person with any sort of health shred... Okay, he built Megacosm, but literally 3rd item? Like, come on, dude. That's why Seraph is incredibly weak in the solo lane now. She no longer has the escape tools in order to get her ass out of there. Like, it's that way, plain and simple. No ifs, ands, or buts.
Carry role assigned. Select a hero.
But yeah, no, Sparrow, you actually have to build crit. You actually have to build as a crit. Why? you didn't want it, you should have tried to go for something else. Thank God. Because that was already going to be a loss.
The dusk sets on Sanctuary.
I may not even be able to go past 8 hours, because
Carry roll aside.
with the way people have been playing, it's been a nightmare. It's literally been a nightmare situation. I'll see. If we need more physical damage, then I'll switch over to Murdoch. But if we need more magic, we're gonna need fucking magic damage. Or fucking physical damage. My team are apparently a bunch of idiots. You're the one who fucking picked to play jungle! Oh my god. That is a level. That is a level of stupidity right there. Like, again, another example of, if you're not ready to play, do not queue up. Period. End of story. You're wasting everyone's time for no reason. Don't know when things are gonna pop. Don't know where you're gonna be in the pick order. So get your head out of your ass and actually be ready to play. Jesus Christ.
The dawn rises on Sanctuary. Carry roll aside. Select a hero.
Alright, so well, that's gonna end badly.
Somebody hear a call for the legend?
Well, I know I need to build anti-heal for this game anyway. Boris, Severog. Drongo's probably gonna have some healing. Depending on who they pick for their mid laner.
The battle begins in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
On the job again. I love it.
Alright,
Prepare yourself.
I can see that.
probably gonna need, after I get Lightning Hawk, I'm probably gonna need to get Onyxian, because I don't have any other, I don't have anything to help me.
Towards middle lane.
I got to delay Imperator. Lightning Hawk, Onyxian, Vanquisher, Imperator, that's 4. Then,
Minions are spawning.
8 rounds, and then I'll do Viper. Idiot. Why'd you body block me like that, you fucking moron? I should could've hit him.
There.
Really not helpful.
Your skill rises.
Getting it done. Excellence.
An allied tower is under attack.
There.
Yeah. I am gonna need to...
Somebody hear a call for the legend?
let's see...
This ain't right.
A promotion.
No further. Stop
Useless idiot! Zero help whatsoever.
I must rest.
An enemy tower is under attack.
About time for new gear.
Yeah, I have to get an Ixion. Second item. Like, there's no way I'm gonna be able to survive this lane with this Muriel. She's literally useless as hell. Like, I am down 8 CS because this Muriel has literally just done nothing to help me. Lost that one.
Another strike.
Did not mean to use that.
An enemy tower is under attack.
Get out of my way, you idiot!
No further.
First blood. An enemy has been slain. An enemy tower is under attack.
That's the Boris on Boris action. Oh. Narbash is actually doing something decently.
Slain.
Excuse me. I'm low on health. Somebody hear a call for the legend? Too old for this. That's good.
He's building a damage item. Boris is dead if he continues to try because but yeah, my support is just useless. She's literally just done nothing.
Moving up in the world.
Why in the world? Oh my.
He has been slain.
Jungle's an idiot too. Like, he literally just stood there and watched it happen.
On the job again.
Can't walk out because this idiot's just left. This is the problem with going with like recommended builds and not actually building the way, like building smartly.
An enemy tower is under attack.
Somebody hear a call for the legend? Come on.
Alright, I don't need too much more. Like at my first item, thankfully. He somehow... Oh, thank you for the follow.
Slain.
Let's see. He's got item already. Christ on a stick. Yeah, why am I not surprised? Basically 2v1 in the lane and...
Missing mid.
2v1 because I don't have, like, an actual health. Any actual health. Stand there and do nothing, Muriel, why don't you? Like, you literally could have been doing stuff like that from the beginning of the game. Gosh, this is why I hate some people. We're literally the reason why we are losing this game. Why we are losing this matchup. I have to get Razor Claw as early as quickly as possible. And I need to get Onyxian. As much as I would love to be getting Vanquisher second, like I'm not. I need the attack speed and I need the lifesteal. Like because I have no. I'm basically 2v1 in this lane. Like I have no choice in the matter.
Promotion.
No further.
Like she doesn't poke. She doesn't. She literally just sits there and does nothing. Like this Drongo's Muriel is actually significantly better than my support. Seriously, I have no idea why the hell she's even... Shield, you idiot! Don't just stand there, slackjaw, doing nothing.
This is a dangerous another strike.
Another shining example as to why Narbash solo doesn't work nearly as well as you think.
Somebody hear a call for the legend? Too old for this.
Tower is under attack.
Let's see, cleanse. I need passive fire.
I can
I
see
need that
that.
extra zip. Okay. I at least got some sort of something. That kill was really helpful on me, and I'm almost to.
Excuse me. Anytime, partner. Teamwork.
Killing spree. allied tower is under attack.
The hell up. I'm hurt.
An ally has been slain.
Just like he's on patrol.
I almost got item. He's recalling.
An allied tower is under attack.
Excuse me? On the job again. Come on.
Alright, let's get vanquished.
An ally has been slain. An allied tower is under attack.
Why does it feel? Why does my attack speed feel so low? But yeah, if Boris had actually continued to help me with the turret, we actually would have gotten it, and we would have gotten Muriel. He decided to leave for no reason.
Getting it done.
Enemy has been slain.
Attack.
An ally has been slain.
Be careful.
Killing spree.
Oh my god.
Enemy tower is under attack.
Shots ready.
Another Mallet at the potentially alt.
An allied tower has been destroyed.
Somebody hear a call for the legend? Emma.
Like, he's trying to pull the combination off. Problem is, it's not working. It's not working out.
An allied tower is under attack.
There. Further.
An ally has been slain.
I'll be right back.
An ally has been slain. An allied tower is under attack.
Defend mid lane. Defend right lane. Defend mid lane.
Got to be careful.
Killing spree. Rises.
Excellence earned.
An allied tower is under
On the
attack.
job again.
An allied tower has been destroyed.
Somebody hear a call for the legend? Come on.
An ally has been slain.
Out of mana.
An enemy tower is under attack.
You better back the hell up.
Defensive lane. You're not going anywhere. Defensive lane. Defensive lane. Defensive lane.
On the job again.
Need help.
Emma.
An allied tower is under attack.
Defense right lane. Careful jungle. Careful jungle.
Must leave, but he will return. Somebody hear a call for the legend? Too old for this.
Alright. Once I get anti-heal.
An ally has been slain.
My snipe is up.
An ally has been slain. An allied tower is under attack.
Excuse me. Appreciate that, Pat. Back in action.
Careful jungle. Careful jungle.
On the job again.
Careful jungle. Defensive lane.
Come on.
Careful jungle.
An allied inhibitor is under attack.
Careful jungle.
My enemies should watch out. Getting it done.
Missing left.
Better be careful.
Killing spree.
Somebody hear a call for the legend? The hell up. They hit the spot. I'm low on health.
Is under attack. An ally has been slain. Tower has been
Wow, no wonder he's fucking losing.
After you.
literally just stood there for longer than you should have. Taking damage.
An allied inhibitor is under attack.
A promotion.
Destroyed. Under attack. The ability has activated the Your Prime.
Don't be shy.
An enemy is unstoppable.
Try this on.
Careful, jungle. Get back!
I need like 40 kills. I need like 20 kills and
Inhibitor is under attack.
in full build like now.
I can see that.
An allied inhibitor has fallen.
Lane.
Moving up in the world.
Core is under attack. An allied inhibitor is under attack.
Careful, jungle. Defend the lane. Defend the lane.
On the job again. Love it. Come on.
Is under attack. An allied inhibitor has been destroyed. The allied core is under attack.
Defend the lane.
An enemy has been slain.
Yeah, the major difference between actually having a fucking support and not having a support.
Somebody hear a call for the legend?
this will be the last game. I can't. I'm not gonna go any past further. Like, this is pissing me off more than anything else. Like, literally, aside from the first fucking game I got into. No, aside from the first 2 games I got into. I have got nothing but trolls. The entire game. The entire time. Like, the first game wasn't great because my team ran it down, or our duo lane ran it down, and our solo lane ran it down. And there was nothing I could do. But I was doing decently. Every other game, the next 2 games, we won, easily. Every single game after that, literally useless, the most useless idiots on the planet. Like, how? 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 It genuinely baffles me. Like, it genuinely confuses me as to how these dogshit players... as to why I'm getting stuck with these dogshit players. Literally. Like, I have absolutely no idea what the hell... like, why.
The dusk sets on Sanctuary.
Like, it genuinely confuses me as to how.
Carry role assigned. Select a hero. Lock in your hero.
We have arrived.
The battle begins in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You have selected combat mode.
Prepare yourself.
How they put Plasma Blade as, like, his,
Useful.
They put Plasma Blade as the item you want to build first on him. They have World Breaker here. That's actually kind of funny. At least she built a support crest.
Minions are spawning.
Initiating. Caution. Caution. Initiating. Caution. System enhanced. Firing. Locked on. Caution. Initiated.
Has been slain. An enemy tower is under attack.
Firing.
Skill rises.
Skill level increased. Engage. Initiated. Caution. Firing.
An ally has been slain.
Initiated.
Wow.
Taking heavy damage. Please enjoy the music while we recall. Boss agrees.
He blinked onto me. You literally used everything on me, and they still failed miserably. How in the world did he... Never mind.
Caution. Locked on. Initiated. Caution. Damage. Level up.
Your skill. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
We will return.
Excellent.
Really, it didn't...
An ally has been slain.
For as much poke as she's putting out, she's literally just sitting there.
An ally tower is under attack.
Didn't do anything, didn't poke this guy down, nothing, no help whatsoever.
Caution on. Initiating. Caution. Initiating. Caution. Initiating. Caution. Initiating. Enemy approaching. Engage with care.
Killing.
Caution.
An ally has been slain.
Initiate. Lose.
An ally has been slain. Enemy killing spree. An ally
Boss
tower
agrees.
is under attack. An ally tower has been destroyed.
Caution. Firing. Initiating. Caution.
Rises.
Skill
An
level
enemy tower
increased.
is under attack.
GTFO recharge. Caution. Remain this firing. Activating GTF. Initiate.
An enemy tower is under attack.
Firing. Caution.
Bringing control online.
Initiate.
Missing mid.
Firing.
Knowledge.
Please enjoy the music while we recall.
An enemy tower is under attack.
Caution. Initiating. Taking heavy damage.
An ally has been slain.
Watch yourself.
Is falling steel. An allied tower is under attack.
Firing.
An allied tower has been destroyed. An ally allied tower is under attack.
Caution. Initiating. Level up.
Unstoppable.
Please enjoy the music while we recall. Caution. Dangerous enemy.
Spree.
Initiate. Sustain. Caution.
Slain. An enemy is unreal.
Useful.
An allied tower is under attack. An enemy is legendary.
Initiating. Caution. Firing. Initiating. Firing. Caution. Firing.
Is under attack.
Please enjoy the music while we recall. Initiating. Please enjoy the music while we recall. Please enjoy the music while we recall. Excellent. Boss agrees.
Tower has been destroyed. An allied tower is under attack. An allied tower has been destroyed. An enemy is legendary.
Firing. System enhanced. Please enjoy the music.
An allied inhibitor is under attack.
Firing. Initiating. Caution.
Careful, middleweight.
An enemy tower is under attack.
Please enjoy the music while we recall. Useful. Level up.
Enemy
Caution.
has taken Meteor. An ally has been slain.
That one is strong. Advise caution.
An enemy is legendary.
Initiating.
How did she survive that?
Please enjoy the music while we recall.
Under attack.
Excellent.
She had to have gotten a level up there. Like, there was absolutely no way she could have survived that. Grayson just hit her once.
Caution. Initiating. Please enjoy the music while we recall.
Careful, middle lane.
Target acquired.
Firing. Please enjoy the music while we recall. Boss agrees. GTFO online.
An enemy is legendary.
Initiating. Caution.
The enemy is unreal.
Firing. Initiating.
An allied tower is
Skill level increased. Please enjoy the...
An allied inhibitor is under attack.
Please enjoy the music while we recall.
An allied inhibitor has fallen.
Useful. Caution.
An enemy is legendary. An allied tower is firing. Kill.
You're not
Caution.
going anywhere.
Firing.
Okay, okay. I'll do it differently this time.
An allied inhibitor is under attack.
Boss agrees.
Woo!
Initiating.
An enemy tower is under attack. Enemy tower has been destroyed.
Firing.
An ally has been slain.
GTFO ready. Initiate. Please enjoy the music while we recall. Excellent.
An ally has been slain. License.
System enhanced. Danger. Initiate firing. Caution. Taking heavy damage. Initiate. Shutting down.
An ally has been slain.
I'm gonna need health shred.
An allied inhibitor is under attack. An allied tower has been destroyed. An allied inhibitor is under attack.
Dangerous. Losing.
An enemy has been slain. The allied core is under attack. The allied core is under attack.
Yeah, literally every single person I've gotten, every single team I've gotten has been dog shit.
We have arrived.
Right, yeah.
Ah, look at that! Once again, I dealt the most fucking damage on my team. It was just shit. Well, yeah, that's that. Like, I'll see you guys later. Bye.